Hello, Heather, can you hear me?
I need to unmute you.
Looks like we're, oh, 1 second. Can you hear me?
20 videos I see here on the daily? Do you really think I want to see more? Well, I do. Yeah, I actually do. Whenever I eat cupcakes, they go straight to my belly, too.
Any overflow, we're going to have in the lobby to my right. They'll be able to view the meeting live on the screen out there, but there seems to be plenty of seating. I want to wish everybody a happy new year. Welcome to the regular city commission meeting for the city of Deerfield Beach on Tuesday, January 6, 2026. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak, Commissioner Plout,
Here.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Here.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Here.
Mayor Drosky.
Here. Everybody, please stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Vice Mayor, would you mind tonight? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
By the looks of it, I have a sinking suspicion most of you are here for number 6 this evening, just a wild guess. Anyone that would like to speak on item number 6, you're more than welcome to sign up in advance with the clerk over here to my right. Just has a little more orderly progression to it. If you do not sign up, you will still be able to speak. But it'll kind of probably be just like in a standing line at that particular moment. If you're here on number 6, please do not speak during public comment because you're speaking on items that are not on the agenda for public comment. So if you're here and you want to speak on item number 6, please do not speak during public comment. If you're here and you do not want to speak on item number 6, then public comment is your time. With that, we're looking to approval of the city commission meeting minutes for the regular city commission meeting of December 2nd, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have acknowledgement of our city board minutes for the code compliance meeting of October 28, 2025, the African American Heritage Board of November 13, 2025, and the Charter Review Board of November 20, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have approval of the agenda for this evening, January 6, 2026.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Plout, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Madam Clerk?
For those attending via Zoom online wishing to speak under public comment or on an item that's open for public input, please click raise hand at the bottom under the reactions tab, and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. For those attending via Zoom by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand, and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. Please make sure your audio is unmuted on your end by pressing *6. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. City Attorney, item number 1.
Item number 1 is the certificate of appreciation presented to Luana Strobridge for her distinguished service and invaluable contributions to the African American Heritage Board.
Okay, Vice Mayor Preston, this is your item.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, public. A few years back, we established the African American Heritage Board, in which they were responsible to be a liaison between city staff and our community. Its inaugural chairman was Ms. Luana Strobridge. She stepped forward and just did an outstanding job, putting in countless hours to make sure that certain events in the city like MLK, Black Heritage, were successes for the city. And her time put in actually made a difference. She was able to bring the committee closer together, create an atmosphere in which ideas did flow. And unfortunately, she had to resign and for her family and some other things that she was doing. But she will be missed. And we really appreciate Luana Strobridge being its inaugural chairman and putting in the time that you put in. She was just a champion, not just for the board, but for the city itself, being an excellent representative. And Luana, we thank you. We appreciate you, and I wish you would stay with us.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. See, we're hitting a high note tonight. Mr. City Attorney, item number 2, please.
Item number 2 is a presentation regarding the Grow Deerfield Beach Spend Local, Save Local campaign.
Michelle Kaba, come on down.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Drosky, the commission, city manager, city employees, and everyone joining us here tonight in the chambers. Thank you for your continued commitment to the economic vitality of Deerfield Beach. Tonight, I'm pleased to introduce Grow Deerfield Beach, Spend Local, Save Local, a city-led initiative built on something simple but powerful where we choose to spend our money. By encouraging residents, workers, and visitors to spend locally, and by rewarding them for doing so, we're turning everyday purchasing decisions into a practical economic development tool. This evening, I'll walk through how the program works, who it's designed for, and the measurable impact it can have on Deerfield Beach's economy. At its core, this initiative keeps dollars circulating within our community, strengthening our commercial corridors, and investing in the long-term future of our city. Spend Local, Save Local is about creating a system where residents are rewarded for choosing local businesses, and businesses benefit from increased visibility, foot traffic, and community support. This is not just a discount program, it's an economic development strategy. Everything you'll see next explains how the program works, how easy it is to participate, and why it matters to the future of Deerfield Beach. Local businesses are the backbone of Deerfield Beach. They create jobs, activate our commercial corridors, and contribute directly to the city's tax base. They shape the character of our community and serve as the places where people meet and gather. When local businesses thrive, the city thrives. But when spending leaves Deerfield Beach, opportunity leaves with it. Fewer resources, less vibrancy, and slower economic momentum. Spend Local, Save Local is designed to keep economic energy here by making it easier to choose local and keeping dollars working within our city. So who is this program for? One of the strengths of Spend Local, Save Local is that it's designed for everyone who interacts with Deerfield Beach. It's for residents who want to support their community while saving money. It's for people who work here and make daily spending decisions before, during, and after work. And it's for visitors and tourists, so their spending benefits local businesses instead of only national chains. By including residents, workers, and visitors, the program expands the impact of every dollar spent and invites everyone to be part of the city's growth. Getting started is very simple. There are multiple ways to get a Spend Local, Save Local card. We will have them actually here at City Hall, the Pier, the Center for Active Aging, Tigner Center. It's also available online through the city website, and we have them here tonight. They'll be placed right here to the left. Once you have a card, you visit participating businesses throughout Deerfield Beach. At checkout, you show the card and receive the offer that business has chosen to provide. No apps, no registration, no complicated steps. You save money and at the same time you support local businesses and keep dollars right here in our city. The QR code on this slide links directly to the program page for anyone who wants to get started immediately. Now, how does it work for businesses? Well, for businesses, participation is designed to be quick and straightforward. Businesses register through the city's website and must be located in Deerfield Beach with a valid business tax receipt, ensuring the program supports our local economy. During registration, businesses upload a logo or flyer and select an incentive that works for them. Once registered, they're listed on the city website and receive a Grow Deerfield Beach sticker to display on their window or door, clearly signaling participation. Businesses also benefit from city marketing support, increasing awareness and foot traffic. The program is intentionally flexible and accessible for businesses of all sizes. Now, what businesses is the program for? This program is inclusive across industries. It supports restaurants and cafes, retail shops, hotels and hospitality, professional and personal services, from salons and wellness providers to fitness studios and offices. If a business is locally owned, operates in Deerfield Beach, and holds a business tax receipt, it is literally a strong fit. The goal is to ensure local spending supports as many businesses as possible across the city. This slide highlights just a few of the businesses already participating. You'll see a wide range of industries represented, reflecting the diversity of Deerfield Beach's business community. And by participating, these businesses are making a statement that they believe in supporting the local economy and investing in the city's future. This list continues to grow daily, strengthening the program's visibility and impact. If a business isn't shown here yet, this slide is also an invitation to join. Now, behind every storefront is an entrepreneur who took a risk to build something here in our city. They employ local residents, reinvest in the community, and create the places where relationships and memories are made. Supporting them isn't just a transaction, it's a support for families, livelihoods, and the spirit of this city. Spend local, save local is one way we recognize that commitment and reinforce the value entrepreneurs bring to Deerfield Beach. Let's talk economic impact, how local spending multiplies. When dollars are spent locally, they continue working beyond the initial purchase. They pay employees, support vendors, cover operating costs, and generate local tax revenue. This creates a multiplier effect, where one local dollar contributes multiple times to the local economy before leaving the city. Research consistently shows that local dollars circulate longer than non-local spending, leading to stronger businesses and a more resilient economy. The 1.6 times multiplier is an industry standard used in economic development. It means that every dollar spent locally generates approximately $1.50 to $1.80 in total economic activity. That happens as dollars move through employees, vendors, and services within the community. This aligns with national economic development best practices and reinforces why intentional local spending matters. What that means is, if 5,000 people spend just $25 per month locally, that equals $125,000 per month or $1.5 million annually in direct spending. Applying the 1.6 times multiplier, that translates into an estimated $2.4 million in an annual economic impact. What that says is that small, consistent choices made by many people can drive meaningful growth. Local economic activity supports things we all care about. It strengthens jobs and wage growth, stabilizes small businesses, activates commercial corridors, and increases sales tax revenue that supports city services and infrastructure. Momentum isn't created by one large decision. It's built through consistent local choices over time. And that's exactly what Spend Local, Save Local is designed to encourage. So when we choose local, we're investing in businesses, jobs, families, and the future of Deerfield Beach. Spend Local, Save Local gives everyone a simple way to participate in that future. You can scan the QR code to download a card or learn how to join as a business. And as stated before, we have physical cards here today, so please feel free to take one before you leave today. And just to sum this all up, small choices add up. So when we choose local, we grow together. Thank you.
Don't go too far away. Commissioner Hudak has his light on first.
That's a great presentation, Michelle. I
Thank
really, really like it. One thing I was wondering if we could do is, before the new year, before our grand opening of the pier, we allowed access free for everybody. But maybe we could have like a $1 discount going forward anybody who shows the card, just so that the city is actually participating as well. Is that something we can look into?
Absolutely. That's something that we're considering at the moment.
Okay, I
And
think
that-
that'd be a great idea.
Yep, and that's why the cards will be available at the pier.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Plow?
Thank you, Mayor. Michelle, I just want to say that since the day that I met you when you started just a few short months ago, I knew you were somebody special and that you would be doing something special this quickly is just wonderful. And I knew it was coming. Really liked how you got the Hispanic community together, made a lot of new friends, and had an understanding of that community's impact on this area and the county as well. There was a lot of people there from the whole county. So I want to thank you for this idea. It's a great idea. Anytime we can keep the money here in the city, I personally try to do that as well. We just had a new year and sometimes new insurance. My wife got new insurance. She had to select a doctor today, and we sat there and looked through doctors until we found one in Deerfield Beach.
Fantastic.
So we're all trying to do our part to keep the money here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else?
No.
No, nothing to vote on, but Vice Mayor Preston has his light on now.
Yes, it has nothing to do. It was a great presentation. Thank you so much. Mayor, this is, I'd like to make a request before we go into public comment. And that being because we have a very light agenda, if the board would be amenable to moving up number 6 to next.
I don't think items 3, 4, and 5 should take very long. We're gonna,
Well, sometimes there's some debate on it. Okay. Let's,
well, if we're gonna hang up, then I'll move it along, but I think we should get through
Okay.
3 through 5 rather quickly. No worries. Thank you, Director Kava. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And everybody make sure to scan the QR code or get your card. Okay, Mr. City Attorney, public comment. And
Sure.
remember, this is for any item not on the agenda tonight. So if you're here for number 6, this is not your opportunity just yet.
We are now at the public comment period of tonight's meeting. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes. As the mayor stated, this is the time for public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. If you have public comment on an item that is on tonight's agenda, it's after that title is read into the record and the mayor opens the public comment for that particular item. As a reminder, no comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibility shall be permitted.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Madam Clerk, did anybody sign up this evening? Madam Clerk? For public comment. Okay. Come on down, Paula.
Paula Cook, 62 Centennial Court. And I was just thinking a while back, since we have the cameras at the schools now, some of the towns will write the speed limit on the street. I've seen directionals on the highways. I was wondering, since especially on, I think it's Martin Luther King, when you make the left from 10th going up, you don't know the speed limit supposedly until after the school. So maybe we could think about doing that by the school zones, so people will know the speed limit.
Okay,
thank
thank you
you.
for the comment. Director Gladio is somewhere in the back this evening. Raise your hand so I can see where you are this evening. There we are. No salmon tonight. Thank you.
Public comments,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, public comment.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm here because I'm a little concerned with
Name and address, please.
Hey, Sandra Jackson, I should be next to this, 386 Southwest 35th Avenue. I just want to know, I know we're worried about all the fees is going up. I'm not gonna talk about what's going on with the BSO. But with all our fees going up, I'm just trying to find out. We had a city manager here that got money. And I just want to know if that money paid back to the city. Also, I want to know, we had a commissioner that was getting water from here for years. Did you guys ever go back and get the money for the water that he used during that time? Okay, and I'm just concerned because it seemed like when you guys come after us for like code enforcement, if our water bill is not paid a certain time, we gotta pay. So I'm just wondering, what are you guys are doing to get some of this money back that people owe the city and you guys never went back and got it? You know, we always concerned about money and putting money back in the city. I'm concerned because I know even on our FP&L bill, you guys get money back. And I know we worry about all these costs going up and people getting raises and stuff, and even with these contracts and stuff, we need to go back and get some of this money that's owed to the city of Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
You.
Hello.
Ms.
evening.
Rodriguez, just
Good
name
evening. My
and
name is
address,
Julie
please.
Rodriguez. I reside at 150 Southeast 7th Street. I want to wish you, Mayor, Happy New Year. And to all the commissioners here, Happy New Year. And to all the city of Deerfield Beach residents. The reason why I'm here, one of the things is I want to thank you for my Christmas present. Once I came home from my beautiful week on a cruise in the Caribbean, I got a ticket. All right, so I want to thank you for my Christmas present early. I know the pennies do help the city. In addition, I want to talk about the school zone. If you're at Walgreens or you're at Winn-Dixie and you're leaving that area, when you're coming south and you're in the Walgreens or Winn-Dixie, when you proceed left to turn, there's no sign there. There's no school sign there about that it's school zone time. There's no sign there for the speeding limit. Okay, I know because I reside there, so when I turn left, I know the time, so I am going slower. But the people that are on Federal Highway, they don't see, well, not on Federal Highway. When they're leaving Winn-Dixie or they're leaving Tullis and they turn left going west, there's no sign there. So they don't know if they're speeding, they don't know if it's a school zone, and I think that needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gladio. Taking notes back there, yes? I see the nod. Welcome, Mr. Bova.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Alfred Bova, 718 South Federal Highway, Deerfield Beach. I have some compliments for the city on some great investments. For one, the rescue stations at the beach. They're aesthetically attractive. I know that they're effective. If you haven't seen it, Southern Living Magazine has a great article about Deerfield Beach and what a great kept secret it is and one of the nicest beach communities in Florida. So it's national publicity for the city. It was a very complimentary article.
It was a secret until you just told the entire world.
Well, it's been published, so it's out there. It's in Southern Living if you haven't seen it. The S-curve has made some great strides, and so I feel good about the general improvements in Deerfield. I have a building project that started almost 5 years ago. I submitted the plans in person to the city building inspectors for the construction on June 10th. And I think the transition to a new code enforcement and building supervisor away from the previous vendor is probably going to be good in the long term. But my permit expediters can't get a phone call into the city. The old paper applications, which we'd hand delivered, it took a pickup truck. It was 5.5 feet of paper because it was before the city was digital. Boca and Del Rey, as you know, are digital. Deerfield was not. Thankfully, now with the new building department vendors, Deerfield is digital. So we're going to resubmit because they can't find all the paperwork in the application, and the people that had started to process it are no longer working on it, and the new people are not up to speed. The reason it's relevant to me personally and also to other developers and builders is that my costs are $7,000 a week while I'm on hold, and it's been going on since June 10th. And I would like to get construction started while I'm young enough to live in this building. So those are my comments for the evening, and I want to thank everyone for the time. And
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year.
Happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. Bova.
Good evening, Jamara Portier, 219 Southwest 4th Street. Happy New Year, everyone. I just wanted to speak on behalf of nonprofits who are operating in the city of Deerfield Beach. I think that the city really needs to look at waiving cost and fees for nonprofits that are holding events in the city. If nonprofits are bringing nonprofits that are operating in Deerfield Beach, nonprofit owners that are from the city of Deerfield Beach, if they're bringing very impactful programs to the city, especially those that are impactful to the youth of our city. And if these nonprofits need to utilize the buildings in Deerfield Beach, I really think the city needs to think about waiving the fees for those nonprofits and not charging them to pour back into their city.
Thank you. Mr. Nolan, come on down.
Howard Nolan, 325 Southeast Third Terrace. I'm here representing the over 50 senior softball club that plays at Pioneer Park 3 days a week. The Canadians play 2 days a week. So 5 days a week, we have softball at Pioneer Park. We've also moved co-ed softball from the middle school to Pioneer Park on Friday nights. The lights are dangerous at Pioneer Park. The lights are never used for the senior softball, but for the co-ed softball that plays on Friday nights, those lights are dangerous. They were put in there for Little League to be able to practice there 20 years ago when that field was built. They're not adequate for the type of softball that's being played with the co-ed. And on top of that, they've condemned the pavilion at Pioneer Park. With the pavilion being condemned, the city has come out and put stanchions around the pavilion so you can't get into the pavilion, and they put little black zip ties from stanchion to stanchion. Well, about the last 2 weeks, we've had 3 or 4 different daycare centers pull their bus up and go in there and sit underneath the pavilion that's all stanchioned off, that's been condemned. And I just like to, what are we going to do? I know you got the downtown Deerfield Beach project going and all that crap and everything, but the pavilion's condemned and we use it on a weekly basis and we can't get in there anymore. So is it going to be fixed or replaced or, and a little, we need, the senior softball team needs a little help from the city. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Can we look into that, please? I said city attorney, but I meant city manager. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Dan Hirsch, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. First of all, happy, healthy new year to everybody on the dais. And I did take the mayor's advice and I did rest up over these couple of weeks and to get ready for tonight. So I first wanted to also wish and say thank you to Luana Strawbridge, because I have personally been to many African-American Heritage Board meetings and watched her leadership up close, and what she received tonight is an honor well deserved. I wanted to bring up something, discrepancy that maybe we can get an answer to. Back on September 15th, at the commission meeting, Commissioner Hudak brought up that he had received numerous calls from constituents complaining that the city hall flag was not lowered on 9/11. He went on to say that after discussing the situation with the city manager, he was informed that an outside vendor is responsible for raising and lowering the flag on 9/11, and that the city has no way of raising or lowering the flag. The commissioner also said an automatic mechanism would be looked into in the future to avoid this embarrassment from reoccurring. Now, there's a longtime city resident sitting in the front row who cares very deeply about the American flag, and some people have affectionately called her the flag lady. And she took the time and the effort to file a Freedom of Information request just 3 weeks after Commissioner Hudak had brought up this topic. And her request was to know the name of the vendor who is hired to raise, lower, and change out the flag when needed. And she also requested to see the contract for this vendor. And the response that she got to this Freedom of Information was as follows. Per Chad Gressick, Director of Municipal Services, city staff is responsible for raising, lowering, and changing out the flags when needed. So I'm hoping that maybe we can clear up this discrepancy this evening. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak?
Hi, Carol Berner. Wish you all a happy new year and all of that. And I'm the lady that put in the request. And what I want to know is why did nobody step up to the plate and tell us what actually happens? Because you guys, some of you are been here a long time, so somehow you might have known it was the municipal department. Some people are new and you might not have gotten around to knowing every single thing that goes on in a department, but it's like it was covered up. It was like nobody was responsible. It's just something that happened. And it's one of the reasons I don't want to see certain things in-house. Thank you.
No.
Thomas Nolan, 406 Southeast 8th Ave. Mayor, Commissioners, Happy New Year. I hope everybody had a happy and healthy Christmas and New Year's. I'm just here to reiterate about the 8th Avenue stormwater issues. We had 30 minutes of rain, I'm sure Commissioner Hudak last night out of nowhere, and we had standing water from sidewalk to sidewalk across our street. 30 minutes of rain last night. It's January 6th. This isn't rainy season. So if we do not do anything, I don't care what it is, show the neighborhood you're trying. These people are putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into their homes, praying that it doesn't happen again, trying to do their own protection. But if the city's not going to do anything, we're only going to flood again. I'm telling you right now, put a flood meter out there, put something on a levee. You don't have to believe me. Go out there when it rains. Literally, water does not move at all. It holds the water exactly where it is. 30 minutes of rain, and I was like, after I just did all this work to my home, I'm literally going to flood again. So I'm being as honest as I can be and as calm as I can be. There is a major problem there. Whatever your study said on the phase 1, I don't care what it says. You have a major problem. You need to fix it. You don't need a study to know that. So I hope and I pray that you guys really listen, because the residents will lose their minds if it floods again and the city did absolutely nothing after knowing that their project did not work. Thank you.
If we could please keep the applause to minimum. This is not a pep rally tonight. This is a commission meeting. It's a business meeting. So we'll be respectful of your time if you're respectful of ours, and we'll get through it this evening. Mr. Givens, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Drusky. Demetrius Givens, 1150 Southwest 7th Avenue, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I want to say thank you to the city of Deerfield for a 100-year celebration. It taught me something. I stand here as a 50-year-old man now, and I have seen this city from an infant to now. And I know that archiving our history is the way to go. I know that in 2026, in this digital content era, we need our own. We need our own way to archive our history. We need our own sound, because sometimes what's missing is a sense of community when it comes to family. If you don't know where you came from, how can you know where you're going? So I say to this commission, thank you. Thank you for taking the steps to put in the Johnny Tigner Center a way that people can come and just talk and archive their history. Thank you to Vice Mayor Preston for even being a part of some of the things that was going on to put things in place, because as I get older, I'm Generation X. And I'll say this, I woke up with a heavy burden on my heart this morning, and I'm like, God, what's wrong? He said, you don't realize today is January 6th. So it's certain things that has happened in our nation that has changed the fabric of who we are as a people. And we will not see that in Deerfield. We're not going to stand for hatred in Deerfield, because there's no one side of the track, other side of the track. It's one Deerfield. And I'm asking everybody to stand with families that have been in Deerfield, that can love Deerfield, and make sure, regardless of what happens, we stay one family and we tell our history for our generations to come. So to this commission, I see you, I respect you, and I love you for standing on principle of this is our city. And we're going to stand together as a city. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam, I don't see anyone rushing the microphone. Madam Clerk, is there anyone online with their hand raised? Okay, Mr. Slattery, go ahead, please.
Hello, John Slattery, 1455 Southeast 5th Place, Deerfield Beach. What I want to just mention is, since I think it's the Florida East Coast Railway, if I've got the name right, the one that goes along Dixie Highway, that work was done, what was it, 2-3 years ago now, and they replaced those tracks. And since that happened, the crossings were really bad in a lot of places, and I've seen Pompano and Boca Raton repair their crossings, but here at particularly 10th and Hillsborough Boulevard are the ones I use the most. Those crossings are brutal. There's been settlement of the roadways there, and cars are having to come almost to a stop to cross those railroad tracks. And it is other crossings as well. I'm just hopeful that somebody somewhere in the city is making some efforts to get that repaired, as Boca and Pompano and some of the other cities have done for their citizens. So thank you for that. And by the way, Happy New Year, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Slattery. Madam Clerk, I see Gwen Clark Reed. Could you unmute her, please? Go ahead, former state representative.
Yes. Good evening and Happy New Year to all of you. I'm questioning a sign that's on 3rd Ave going north. And it's about the enforcement of the ticketing for the school zone. The sign there says that the enforcement is from 7:45 to 4:45. Does that mean that it's all day through that zone that you have to adhere to the school zone? Because the yellow signs are not flashing. So I'm questioning, why that sign says that.
Thank you, former state representative. Yes, on school days, it is the entire time. Madam Clerk, Katie Freitag is next with her hand raised. Could you please unmute her? Good, Mrs. Freitag.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. Congratulations and Happy New Year to all of the members of the DIAs, as well as all the city staff. I think everybody did a great job over the holidays executing various events to really create a fabulous holiday atmosphere in our city. I'm hoping that we'll be able to add another one on to next year now that the construction around City Hall is getting completed. But I wanted to take a moment and thank Dan Hers. I know you guys are like, what? Dan passed on some information to me regarding a swim team from Wabash College in Indiana that was looking to do some community service volunteer hours while they were down here training for competition. It was a team building event for them. So they came down for 5 or 6 days to train at Boca Raton High School. And on their day off, they came and volunteered at the Women's Club of Deerfield Beach in our clubhouse, completing several tasks and projects for us. In addition, they also volunteered at Gateway Community Outreach and at Nina's Community Market and Pantry. And I just want to thank the fact that we do have members of this community that are looking out for each other, including all of the 501c3s. And I want to thank the Wabash College swim team for their fabulous hours. The amount of work that got done in 6 hours was incredible. Definitely worth it. And hopefully they'll be back next year. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate that. Madam Clerk, is anyone else online? I don't see anyone else. Anyone else in the commission chamber? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Mr. City Attorney, items 3 and 4, consent.
Items 3 and 4 are currently on consent. How do you want to handle them?
Are there any polls by my colleagues for items 3 or 4? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on items 3 or 4 this evening on consent? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online? Okay, I'm going to
You wanna
close the.
speak? Did you want to speak? Okay.
Well done, Mr. Hurd. Just let us know 3 or 4 or both.
Item number 4 regarding the Deerfield Beach Little League. Obviously, I'm very supportive of that. I just did notice in the backup though, that they actually needed 40. I mean, I know they only requested 18,000, but their needs were 48,000. And I just wanted to encourage them in the future to ask for more money because, as we all know, over the last 2 years, the commission has awarded the Deerfield Beach Historical Society over $500,000. So I just feel it would be much more equitable if we spread that money around a little bit better. And that's why I think it's a good idea for the Little League to request more than the 18,000 next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak on items 3 or 4 this evening? Madam Clerk, last call for online. Okay, so we're going to close the public comment, items 3 and 4. Commission?
Motion to approve items 3 and 4.
Second.
Motion to approve items 3 and 4 by Commissioner Hudak, second by Commissioner Plout. Madam Clerk, there's money involved, so would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Item number 5, Mr. City Attorney?
Item number 5 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, amending section 66-58 parking prohibited on certain streets and commercial vehicle parking restrictions of the City Code of Ordinances to prohibit parking on the swales and medians of Southeast 19th Avenue from Southeast 6th Street to Southeast 8th Street, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is first reading and it's sponsored by Commissioner Hudak.
Commissioner Hudak, would you like to start?
Sure. These roads are, they've been continuously violated with regards to the parking, and it's really adversely affected a lot of the residents on that area. And we've looked at it, and BSO cannot enforce the parking on the swales because there is nothing on our books. So that's why we're doing this in order to correct that shortfall.
Okay, thank you for bringing it to our attention. Anyone from the public in the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 5 this evening? Item 5? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online for item number 5? Okay, we'll close the public hearing to item number 5. Commissioner Hudak, it's your item. Would you like to make the motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve item number 5 by Commissioner Hudak, second by Vice Mayor Preston. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Let the record show unanimous consent. Mr. City Attorney, number 6.
Item number 6 is a presentation and potential action regarding public safety services.
Okay, thank you. So this is obviously why everybody is here tonight. I appreciate you all coming down in being here. This is the way that we're going to handle it this evening. So we, at the last meeting in December, I said that we were going to do presentation. Is my time up? We were going to do presentations this evening. So I'm going to invite BSO to speak first if they like to. They can have 15 minutes. That will be followed by commission comment. Then we'll have the consultant. He likewise will have an identical 15 minutes, followed by commission comment. We'll open it up to the public, and that's when all of you that are here tonight have the opportunity to speak. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, to make your comments to the commission this evening. Please, again, this is not a pep rally. There's going to be differing opinions from all kinds of viewpoints this evening. Please be respectful to everybody this evening. No clapping or cheering. Everyone will have an opportunity to speak when they're called and they have the opportunity to be heard. And then finally, there'll be commission discussion tonight. So BSO presentation for 15 minutes, followed by questions. Consultant presentation for 15 minutes, followed by questions. The public comment, and then finally the commission discussion after that. So with that, Major?
Can I say something, please?
Sure.
Thank you. When we get to the public comments of this, I'm going to ask Mayor that we hear from the men and women of the fire department. Somehow, I think that part of the conversation has not taken place. Many of us have debated. I personally would like to hear from, before it's open up to the general public, let's hear what the firefighters, the men and women that do the job, they will tell us why it is a good thing to stay with the city of Deerfield, or it's a good thing to stay with BSO. And I think they could provide an insight that we have not seen. So if we are amenable to that, if I have to make a motion or whatever I need to do, you tell me.
I'm not inclined to give preference. I mean, public comment is exactly that, public comment. So everyone is going to have an opportunity to speak. Everyone will
Mayor,
have their
when they had
3 minutes.
They had the situation over on Southeast 8th Avenue, the flood, you opened it up to those people. And I'm asking the same thing for them.
I'm opening it up to everybody tonight. Nobody will be excluded.
I know,
Not a
but
single soul. I mean, Vice Mayor, everyone will have the opportunity to speak. We'll stay here as long as we have to, folks. So with that, Major, I'll call on you first. I see the sheriff is here. Welcome, Sheriff.
Thank you, Mayor. Give me 1 second. Channel 7, I got to move your mic over a little bit.
Madam
First of
Clerk,
all,
15 for everybody, please. Thank you.
let
Go
me
ahead, Sheriff.
start with this, okay? To set the tone for why I'm here and the way this needs to be handled collectively amongst us as elected officials. 2025, we've been at war. I fired missiles at this commission. You fired missiles back. Today, we can't have that. And so I'm telling you, I'm coming here today under a ceasefire approach to get back to the academics of what's important for the 87,000 people that I represent. This commission is about to embark upon perhaps making a decision on vacating a 35-year relationship between law enforcement and fire rescue, and you don't have all the facts in front of you. Our team has had an opportunity to review what you are referring to as a transition report, but in its true totality, this is nothing more than a 12-page memorandum that is an advocacy memorandum to support some of the agenda to move towards an independent police department and fire rescue. If that decision is to be made, I can speak from years of experience as a researcher, as a leader in this organization that represents the third largest sheriff's office in the United States and your two-time duly elected sheriff, to tell you that if you are going to make that decision, it needs to be an informed decision based upon data, analytics, sound reporting, qualitative and quantitative analysis, and not an emotional decision that impacts the 87,000 people and the hundreds of first responders that have been serving this community for 35 years. And so I start with this, with an apology. If I insulted someone here personally, as you've done to me, that doesn't matter, gentlemen. It doesn't matter. We are not voted into office to be liked. And there's going to be conflict amongst us, mayor, commissioners, even if this relationship continues. But when I present to this commission, as I've done to every single one of our contract cities that have signed on and agreed to this, I start with facts first. Always. I'm going to go through and make sure there will be no targeting from myself today or my command staff against you, your commissioner, or your city manager. I'm going to outline some very critical deficiencies that this report alleges and asserts, which if you vote upon, will cost someone their life. Now, Mr. Preston has served as a first responder, and this is no insult. I'm not sure what your backgrounds are, but I'm almost certain many of you have never held someone dying in your arms as a first responder in this community. I'm pretty certain that no one's run into shooting events and everything else that my firefighters and law enforcement officers have done for 35 years. So give them the courtesy when the time is appropriate to speak. And I'm demanding of my men and women under my command. I'm the most powerful figure in this county. And if I can come here with humility on behalf of the 87,000 people, my men and women are going to do the exact same thing. And so let me begin with this. I'm going to break this down in two analytical approaches from the fire side and the law enforcement side from what this report states. To begin with, there seems to be a level of haste. We need to move fast. We need to move faster. We got to get this done. And because of that, this was initially contract over to the Center of Public Safety, the vendor, in October with an expression of a commit over $72,000. I have reviewed dozens and dozens of reports related to transitions throughout my career as a researcher and so much more. These reports normally cost anywhere between $280,000 to $300,000 plus, as indicative of what you're seeing in Pompano Beach right now. They normally expand beyond 18 months of data analysis and qualitative research before a decision or conversation is even made. They expand between 200-300 pages in documentation. What was presented to you was a 12-page memo. We cannot move so fast that you make a decision on a 12-page memo about a 35-year relationship and 87,000 people who were suffer from that. From the fire segments that is listed here amongst my team in just an hour of doing this quick analysis, the assessment concludes that not a full balanced fire rescue feasibility study. It lacks detail. It is not financially credible in the sense of what's offered. It's operationally incomplete. It omits essential operational systems. It contains factual errors within it. It minimizes startup and institutional risk. For one, there's no EMS medical oversight systems listed in the report. There's no medical director identifying what the budget's going to be. There's no quality assurance or improvements. There's no protocol development or case review processes. There's no integration with receiving hospital or trauma centers. There's no EMS coordinators. This impact fundamentally creates a gap between legal, clinical, and patient safety exposure, i.e. people will die. Two, there's no training infrastructure listed in this planning affidavit. There's no training chief, training officers, dedicated training staff, no recruitment from academy planning or any sort. There's no live fire training compliance implementations, which are required through the NFPA under 1403. The impact training is not optional. I arrived here as a sheriff because of tragedy that has so much to do with the lack of training and preparedness and not meeting accreditation standards. And we clean that up here. If you move along this report, you're going to repeat those mistakes in your city. There's unvalidated NFPA 17. I'm not going to get too technical on this stuff, but some of the things that they're talking about here, there's no call concurrence analysis. There's no unit utilization data, no effective response on force modeling. Again, just the fire side. There's no labor relations strategy. Think about that. How are you going to communicate and work with firefighters and unions if you don't understand the objectivity behind what they need and what are some of the considerations that are going to take place? There's no transition for planning for current BSO represented personnel. The labor relations will strongly be impacted by this. And that's why you have so many union members in here. They understand the implications behind this. A few more with fire. You're talking about minimum command and administrative staffing. No section chiefs for key high liability operations, training, EMS, prevention, or support services. In essence, there's no section chiefs for operation training considered. There's no EMS, no prevention, no support services, no policy or standard operating agreements development in terms of its capacity. There's no performance management or data analytics, fire prevention list, no depth or plan review of inspections, workload, or community risk or reduction. The impact? The command structure is too lean to support a new department, especially if you look at the fact that the standard rollover is going to be 3 to 5 years, man. Minimum. There's no IOS, Insurance Service Office, if you're not familiar with that, rating or accreditation analysis. How can you produce a document where you exclude the risk factors in terms of the insurance liability and claims? There's no roadmap to maintain or improve the ISO rating. There's no discussion about the CFA fire or the CAA, which is the EMS accreditation requirements that are mandated, especially in an agency. If you produce your own fire rescue services, it's going to be exhausting. Factual errors in the benchmark data. The last thing I'll hit on this is in terms of fire rescue, and I'm moving fast. I promise you I'll submit this, but this is important not just for this commission. It's important for this community to understand what's happening here. Our emotional attacks has distracted the truth and reality behind this. And again, I own my part, and I hope this commission owns theirs. And there's an opportunity. This is a new year to get past this. The study lists that Boca Raton have 4 stations, for an example, and that 130 personnel represents the service of 100,000 population. That is factually false. That means there has not been due diligence, as I've already described, in the assessment protocols to conduct a true transition report. The actual numbers is there's 8 stations in Boca Raton and 247 personnel for a population of 102,000. Gentlemen, we pulled this up within hours. We just got the report. This group has had this document since October, and because of the expedience and the rush, they're selling you on a bill of goods that this is possible and that you can make this happen. From a law enforcement perspective, we start going through some of the things that it really focused on and said is core reliance for recruitment is that BSO personnel would transfer over and reduce that gap in terms of that crossover. Here's the reality. I have 169 Department of Law Enforcement vacancies currently within our agency and 85 fire rescue. If this city vacates from this relationship, I will fill every single position for this department and ensure not one police officer or firefighter loses 1 day of employment in this agency. They will all be transferred from this city into employment standards spread out across the entire county. Mayor, I'm asking for a couple more minutes so I can get through these bullets.
I don't think that was our alarm, was it? No.
Okay, just, you gave us 15, and I appreciate that, but I got a couple more bullets that needs to get hit. Going into this aspect about some of the impacts on the law enforcement implications. It's weakened data and comprehensive analysis, as I already alluded to, is not feasible within the study. If you go back to some of our contract cities and partners that we work with from Cooper City, Hollandale Beach, which I was part of that transition team when we accepted that contract and established that agreement, all of these cities have produced some form of qualitative and quantitative comprehensive report before they made their judgment. Again, these reports are not done between October, November, December, and now here we are rolling into a decision-making process with less than 10% of the facts that you need to make a decision. No mention of the required dual budget process. This is something that's unique. I don't expect this commission to recognize that. I don't expect your city managers to know this. You just don't know what you don't know. You haven't done this before. We have. You have to set up a dual budgetary process to ensure as you're rolling over and starting to hire and bring people in, you have to set up separate budgetary practices, one, to sustain the services and contract agreement that we have, while at the same time introducing new employment staff. How could that be missed in this report? There's no new money coming into this city. Another figure, and this is the one that really just threw us all off. There was a request for us to provide additional information on December 10th so that this study can be robust and comprehensive. It was within the 30-day bracket period for us to provide it. The 30 days haven't expired, but yet the report is completed. How can you complete a report with not critical information? One other area here, and this is very significant, It's stated in its report that $32,930, roughly $33,000, will be the differential that can be made for each employee. What does that mean? The starting salary for my firefighters and roughly law enforcement is $65,000 a year. I'm rounding up, it's like 64 one, 63 another. $65,000 a year. What this report concludes is that on the high end, they will reduce the salary by 58% of what they are already having. How are you going to recruit with a reduction on the baseline salaries by $33,000? That is a magical number that I would love for someone to explain, because if they can pull that off here, man, run for sheriff and help me out, because that is something I wish we could do. You roll into some other bullet points here, and I'll start wrapping it up. So perhaps I'll answer some questions, but all of this we're going to send to you, amongst a lot of other things, because our Office of Budget Management have a lot of concerns and they're drafting their own reports. Again, we've done this within hours. I'm going to talk about the reports. Again, the city being comprehensive and defensible findings. You have to have sound data. You talk about in here, they talk about the report in terms of the cities has extremely limited control over staffing decisions in terms of BSO contract. That's not true. We work collectively, whether your previous city manager who was here at some point under my promotion to serve as a captain here, works and has autonomy to continue to make moves internally as seen fit once these contracts are signed, which has been done. I can give you a case study of tons of things that took place. This report also states that the city can have 7.5% projected annual increases from BSO with no indication of how they came to that calculation. Let me talk about the dangers of fixed caps. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. My predecessor, Ken Jenney, signed these caps in the early 1990s, or late 1990s, excuse me, setting stipulations that there will never be an increase over 5%, ignoring the fact that the economy changed, cost of living changed, population density has changed since 1999 to where it's at. You cannot incorporate caps in a public safety environment where, especially here in Deerfield, where you're growing and you got a tourism population of almost 4 million plus people coming through here. You're going to have to pivot and flex with the times. It's insane that this was signed off on. Now, I understood his agenda for what he was trying to do was build a powerhouse in the kingdom here, and I get it, and it has some successes. The staffing model makes vague assertions without critical information. What do I mean? The study identifies the cost of $713,347 for new personnel to support key positions, i.e., HR, finance, legal, records, IT, and many much more. Based on what? Where is the data to support these assertions? None of it's there. I got two more and then I'm done.
Sheriff, fine, we won't cut you off. You're on a roll. So how much can you do within 5?
Less than 5, actually.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, so we'll give the sheriff 5 more minutes. The consultant, wherever he went, we'll give him the extra 5, so he'll have 20 as well. So go ahead, Sheriff. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The last few items I'll hit on here is talking about the arbitrary comparisons of projected total increase for independent services versus BSO without identifying, 1, how will you arrive to this number, and 2, comparison services. Little to no reserves or conversation was stated. We start talking about the fleet implications. There's not enough vehicles for the 142 sworn staff with 140 vacancies. No talks or whatsoever about what that looks like in a procurement strategy, rollover, and everything else. And by the way, I have been dealing with the issues with vehicle procurement for the last 7 years, and the price points are getting astronomically out of control. We're paying anywhere between $55,000 to $60,000 a vehicle, and we're fighting to get them because the whole state, if not the nation, is dealing with this particular problem. We're not in a unilateral world where things that impact Deerfield isn't relevant to everything else. Equipment purchasing, training requirements, so on and so forth. Out of respect for the 5 minutes that you gave me, let me wrap this up. I'm going to offer a proposition to this commission here publicly in front of the mics and everything else. If the goal is to move forward and vacate this relationship, I'm going to ask you to do your due diligence. It took me an hour to dissect this 12-page report. It's not a transition analysis. It's an advocacy memo. An hour, and I come to this conclusion. What I'm proposing to this commission is that you go to one of the top reputable groups that does this for a living as experts, and we have a list of 10 that you can choose from. And I'm going to add one more element on there. I will extend this contract for 2 years and I will pay for the study. You pick the group. That's all I have.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Any specific questions for me, Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Hudak has his light on first, so.
Thank you.
Commissioner, go ahead, please.
First and foremost, apology accepted. And if I did anything to offend you, I apologize as well.
Accepted as
because
well, sir.
We've had a great relationship beforehand, and I don't want this to affect that going in the future. That's the only statement I had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shinetsky.
Pompano Beach, put in for a year extension. We need breathing room. Yeah, make an excellent point. Would you be even open to a 1-year extension so that we can get more information, give it out to the public? Is that something you'd look at?
I'm telling you, I'll give you 2.
But I'm asking, would you be open to a 1-year extension?
I'll let you decide. My offer is for 2. If you're done in a year and you think this is set and you got the proper documentation and numbers that you need to make a decision, that's your choice. But I'm extending 2 because I understand, again, the processing elements. If you go out and contract out and pick one of these 10 or so, what's going to require, listen, I've already talked to some of these other groups and they've looked at this and laughed, gentlemen. They've looked at it and laughed. So if you hire a group, it's going to take between 18 months to evaluate, which is why I'm saying just take the whole 2 years. It might be done in 12 months. I don't know how fast the group would work and what they'll do, but that's my offer, Commissioner. Either way, you got the 1 guaranteed. Any follow-up to that, sir?
Commissioner Shinetsky, anything else?
No. So you would be open to a 2-year extension and you would pay for any study that we commission? How about if we choose the study like Rafaela's, just like Pompano Beach?
Yeah.
I went to the town hall consulting with Rafaela's. They seem to be very, very in-depth. Would you be open to that and pay for it as well?
They were within the 7 or so that we looked at as the top ones. So it's your choice. We can send you that list and for sake of not even bias in this thing, you take that list and I don't even care who you choose, but it cannot be this report. This report is setting us up for failure. And when people die in this community, I'm going to be out there, whether you're contract with us or not. When tragedies happen, this whole county shows up. I've been there. I've done it. So 1 bomb blows up in Deerfield, 1 school shooting, my deputy's eventually going to be here.
One question, sir, if it's okay, the 2-year extension, what kind of numbers are we looking at? I know we with our old contract, we had the 5% cap. What are we looking at? The same offer?
I think everything that we presented, I want to say we present about 5 different offers. Nothing needs to change it. You're asking for an extension so that you can make a thorough analysis as to whether or not you need to vacate out. The numbers are the numbers. The math is the math. So this is about, in my opinion, slowing down, measuring twice, and cut once. As a good carpenter would say, if you vote based on this current report, what you are doing is cutting and not even using a measuring tape or a ruler. Don't set yourselves up for failure. Your failure is going to be mine. I care about the damn people that live in this county, guys. I got family here. I'm not trying to respond to my own blood on the ground because of miscalculated or poor decision. Do it right.
Thank you, Sheriff. I don't see any other lights. Don't go anywhere, please, because during the discussion, we may need you again. So stay close, please.
Fair enough.
I'll offer the everybody heard no pep rally, right? Okay, we're gonna give the consultants, likewise, you will have 20 minutes, followed by any questions from my colleagues. Just let us know when you're ready.
Almost. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, this is not a transition report. It's a feasibility report. And it is not an entire report, it's an executive summary with easy to understand information. I will detail some of the details that we have obtained and some of the data that we did. But first, I'd like to make say a few things before we get to a very short 12-page PowerPoint presentation. My name is Stockton Reeves. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Public Safety, Inc., headquartered in Winter Park, Florida. This is my 37th year of working with local governments and public safety entities. We have worked on over 350 projects for communities across this nation. We participated in 5 public meetings late last year. We heard from BSO law enforcement. We heard from BSO Fire Rescue. We heard from retired employees, concerned citizens, many of which were passionate about sharing their perspective, and I'd like to share a few observations. So many of the people mentioned costs being on a fixed budget, concern about inflation and rising prices and affordability. And in fact, everybody, including the city, is on a fixed budget. You can't spend more than you have. It's a not tenable situation. And if I was going to buy a house or a condo or a car, it would be financially responsible for me not to walk in and take the first offer or pay the first price, but it would be financially responsible and prudent to say, what are the costs? Are we getting the highest and best services? What are the costs going to be long-term, and what's it going to cost us over the time period? So I think you all have taken a responsible approach to that. Another thing I took away from those public meetings was a lot of people relating how they or a loved one had a medical crisis, and the firefighters and EMS people who responded saved their lives. And others told us about interactions with deputies that answered calls and that they were very complimentary. And I will add on a personal note that during those meetings, everyone that I interacted with from BSO law enforcement, BSO fire, or the fire union were all very personable, very clearly committed to their job. And Sheriff, they all represented you very professionally. I enjoyed those interactions very much. And again, I would not be working for 37 years with men and women in public safety if I did not have the utmost personal, professional admiration and respect for those men and women that do this each and every day. But this report is not about those men and women. We were tasked with gathering information, analyzing that information to present the city with an objective report that should be reviewed through, I think, the lens of 4 critical things. And I would add to the sheriff, I also owned a market research firm for 10 years, did qualitative and quantitative
Mr. Reeves,
research,
could
so I
you just
understand that.
address the
Yes, sir.
commission,
Sorry.
please?
So the first of these 4 things is cost. What have been, what are, and what are projected to be costs for public safety for Deerfield moving forward into the future. The second is control over costs, control over personnel allocations, and control over services. The third is accountability. Should the city elect to create their own public safety entities? Should they? Residents would gain a police chief and a fire chief, which will also be answerable to the city. So they would gain more accountability. The fourth is something that I have not heard. It was not mentioned. I haven't read about in any media reports or anything else. And that is the word opportunity. The numbers suggest that public safety services continue to rise about 10% a year. And the total payments to BSO over the 20 years could equal $3.2 billion. That's a B, not an M. Whereas the city estimates on our report say the cost could be about $2.3 billion. So there's a potential savings of about $1.2 billion over the lifespan of that. So let that number sink in. It may be less. And let's say if it is less, that's still $500 million or $250 million that the city could spend on reducing the tax burden or on infrastructure or additional services or to adapt to changes in public needs, which was mentioned earlier. For example, 10 years ago, nobody could have predicted there'd be a pickleball craze. So, and before I move to our PowerPoint presentation, I want to share just a little bit of information about some of the questions that I anticipate coming up. These reports do run hundreds of pages long, and we could have created every spreadsheet, every Excel sheet. I could have put every contract, every agreement in there, and it would have been hundreds of pages long. From public sources, we obtained the agreements from 10 cities in Broward County contracted with BSO, and the 16 contracts within those cities for either law enforcement, fire rescue, or both services. We received or obtained information from the following entities to assist in our data collection and benchmarking: Boca Raton, Boynton Beach, BSO, Clearwater, Coconut Creek, Cooper City, Coral Springs, Dania Beach, Deerfield Beach. Pardon me while I jump up, Hollywood, Lauderdale, Lauderdale by the Seas, Lauderdale Lakes, Miami Beach, North Lauderdale, North Miami Beach, Oakland Park, Palm Beach Gardens, Sunrise, Tamarack, West Palm Beach, Weston, and West Park. And third-party reports such as the Evergreen Solutions Classification Pay Study Report and the FRS Florida Retirement Special Risk Contribution Rates 2025-26. We utilized current vendor quotes and equipment pricing for all the startup costs for everything from vehicles to hardware, software, and technology. In addition to that, I've worked with 13 other Florida cities and 2 other Florida sheriff's offices, and we provided these same services to large departments such as Plano, Texas, Charleston, South Carolina, Green Bay, Wisconsin, Columbia, South Carolina, and currently in Laredo, Texas. And lastly, this wasn't part of our scope of services, but we did our own study of municipalities that have been successful in transitioning to independent services and those that were not successful. And there were some clear patterns that existed. Those successful cities typically had a population of 75,000 people or greater. Deerfield does. They had commercial or industrial revenue, and they made prudent financial projections that had realistic expectations of cost. Should Deerfield Beach should you move towards your own public safety services, you're not going to be reinventing the process, okay? In our national database of municipal police departments and sheriff's offices and like, we found 1,365 police departments with at least 85 sworn officers across the nation. There are also a lot of resources out there available to you through the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Florida Police Chiefs Association. And there are grant opportunities that we can identify to help you through this process. So let's move to the PowerPoint presentation. So this is who we are. We're the Center for Public Safety, Inc., not to be confused with the Center for Public Safety Management. We are part of the Raf Tellis team working in Pompano, just so you know. This is what we do. We do we do staffing analysis. We do financial modeling, facility assessments, implementation planning, and benchmarking studies. That's not my cell. These are just a short list of some of the projects that we have worked on for communities across the nation, from the state of Washington to Rhode Island to South Florida, Texas, and everywhere in between. I'm not going to give you the whole list. This is the current BSO contract costs. On the left is law enforcement for fiscal year 2026. Those are the expenses as we've seen them in the contract. That's what the contract totals up to be, and the same on the fire side. This is the contract versus the independent department on what we expect would be the first year savings, the additions of personnel. And I want to look at the bottom and point out that it says independent departments deliver more positions at lower cost per employee. This is a different analogy, but my father is 85 years old. He's had 4 strokes. He's blind and he has dementia. He has caregivers with him 24 hours a day. During the holidays, the ladies that were with him couldn't be there. I had to go hire a service to bring somebody in. They charged me $40 an hour to be there with my father. They paid their people $20 an hour. So there is in our report, it says there is perhaps up to a 16% reduction in what you may pay in salaries. That is not a 16% reduction in salaries. That's just a 16% reduction in what we think you would be paid to BSO, who pays their employees. I wanted to make that clear. I'm sure that was going to be a question. This is the 20-year financial projection. Our historical record looks at what BSO has charged you in the past, what they're charging now, what they were going to charge you next year. And I do have the sheriff's 26 presentation PowerPoint. Well done presentation. But it does look like over the years, you've been paying 10 to 11%. It's really 10.1 to 10.88. The uncapped costs categories are the workers' comp, health insurance. Everybody knows health insurance is crazy and unpredictable. In additional studies, the long-term estimate is it may cost you 7 to 9% annually. Again, over a 20-year projection, that's a $3.2 billion cost to stay with BSO at the current rates. And it's a 20-year independent cost of 2.3. So the savings are significant. So what do you possibly could you gain from this? You're going to get, as I said, cost, control, accountability, and opportunity. Your personnel decisions will be your own. Your hiring, your retention, your training, your operational policies will be set by you all. You will be able to set the training programs. You will be able to build community engagement through community service aids and community outreach. Sanford has one of the best community outreach programs I've ever seen, and I have a copy of it. I can provide that to you. Chief Smith's done a great job there. You'll get direct input and over collective bargaining, and you'll have direct accountability that reports to you, Mr. Mayor, you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and the commission. The other thing that you're going to get is predictable budget growth. You're going to eliminate overhead. You're going to recoup those costs that go into the BSO budget. You're going to end up with budget flexibility to reallocate savings to capital improvements, as we alluded to, or reserve funds. There's a big 20-year potential. I say potential savings. There is a 5.8 year one savings and additional savings costs annual, which we predict to be over 60 million. In this, and anticipating that there would be questions about all of that, our information request to the sheriff's office was actually sent in on Monday, December 8th. We received a BSO email. I've got all the BSO emails right here, recognizing our request, assigning us a reference number, and giving us our username and password. A week later, and I have the emails, we got a notice that the request was being considered, processed. Thank you, Chris. A week later, we got another email saying it was being processed. Another week later, we got it processed. So that's when we went out, we started to do all the data that we pulled from all the contracts, from all the agreements. Plus we benchmarked cities. We have other cities in the state of Florida that we pulled their org chart, their staffing, their HR, their policies, their procedures, their fleet, their apparatus, their training, their budgets allocations. And we're doing this in Laredo, Texas, at the same time with 15 different things. And again, I alluded to the fact that I've worked with 13 other cities and 2 other sheriff's departments. There was a lot of information that we gathered, a lot that we went through, a lot that we correlated to come up with this, an executive summary of a feasibility report. It is not a transition report. Transition report would be completely different. That concludes it. Did I make it in time? I mean, we have the upfront. Well, we think you could capitalize in year 1. We think you're going to be fine after 2.5 years. I don't know the politics of how you all got here. I don't know the personalities. It's not germane to my report. My report is supposed to be objectable. I mean, well, it may be to some people, but it's supposed to be, third party, non-involved. I don't have a dog in the hunt. I don't care what you do. I'm just here to present you the information so that you themselves, the decision makers for Deerfield Beach, will have what you need as necessary to chart a course regardless of whether you choose A or B. And I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reeves. Appreciate that. We will now transition, no pun intended, into the commission comments. And Vice Mayor Preston, you have your light on first.
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, I would like to know the startup cost. What would be the initial cash outlay to begin the process? What is it going to take for us to start our fire department? What's the cash outlay?
I'd have to go back and check that. I could get you that number tomorrow. There's numbers listed in there. I don't remember. There were hundreds of pages of stuff. And I know that's a very important number to do.
It is an important number, and it concerns me that you knew that this presentation was going to be had, and you can't tell me what the citizens of Deerfield Beach will have to put out to start their fire department. That's a problem.
Okay.
So
if you give me just a second, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'll look through this report and be able to come up with something that may be able to tell you. There's approximately 4.8 million the first year operations to save, but the expenses, I think, were listed in there, what the capital outlay cost would be. I think it was like $21 million in capital outlay.
So we need 20 million to start up. Now, because the savings is different than the startup. Startup cost is startup cost, And if you tell me that if we were to do this, we're going to save 4.8 million, that's fine. That's savings is savings. But I was more interested in startup. So you're telling me that to start the fire department, so we need 20 million up front.
No, I think it was $21 million in total for between the two departments to do for capital outlay. That's
Okay.
not training, that's not hiring, that's not retention. That's just some other data.
So where would those costs come from? I mean, how, so that would just be the startup. That doesn't take in training, that doesn't take in employment. So that would be an escalating cost is what you're telling me.
Mr. City Manager, what did we?
I think it was $6 million is what I saw in the backup report, or in the backup data was $6 million is the additional for personnel and support personnel. And 21, which was on the slide, 21 or 21.8 was for the startup cost for both police and fire.
21 million?
Yes,
21.8.
21.8, actually.
So you talked about this, the startup costs, and I'm very concerned because many years ago, this city, of which I'm very passionate about, extended to me an opportunity to make something of myself. And though at the time it was very challenging and there was many obstacles, City of Deerfield Beach gave Ben Preston a chance to do something with his life. I will always owe this city, always. I'm passionate about it. I'm passionate about what's going to happen to them. And so when we have a situation that we have that is in front of us, I want to know the details and I want to know the nuances of those details. When we talk about startup costs, you was talking about startup. I want to know that, have you considered all of the phases of that startup? For instance, do you know what it would take in terms of costs to stock every truck? Because here we own the trucks.
But you don't own the stuff on there.
I don't own the stuff. So what would be that cost for each truck? Like you got life packs on that truck. You got all kinds of expensive equipment. Do you know what that would be?
For each truck? No,
Yeah.
sir, I don't.
Okay, now
This
see,
is not part of the scope of services for what we were.
well, if we talk about startup, it is a part of it, because if I'm going to do every phase, every layer needs to be saying, okay, it's going to cost you X amount of dollars to put this in each rescue. For instance, each one of the people that are in an engine, sir, have a thermal imaging camera.
Mm-hmm.
The City of Deerfield Beach is going to have to come up with all of that equipment, bunker gear. It's just the cost would be phenomenal. And yet I'm not getting what I need to know that if I were to say, yes, let's take back our fire department, that I feel comfortable in making that decision because all of my questions have been answered. Instead, that's not what I'm getting. I don't know the cost of this. I don't know that. To me, that's not good. It's important that whatever we do as a commission for this city, we have to know that it is the right thing to do. The citizens of Deerfield Beach must come first. There's a reason why there's no complaints from our citizens from the service that they're getting. I want to know that if we were to make that transition, that the high level of service that all of our constituents presently receive, they're going to get the same thing. And I'm not convinced that that's the case. Excuse me?
Or better.
Or better.
Mm-hmm.
And the men and women around you, the people that behind you, provide a high level of service. And that's because they're held to a high standard. If we're going to make a transition, I want to know that that standard is there. And I'm not getting that information from you. What about training? I mean, is that a part of that initial startup?
No, sir. It's part of it's really about feasibility. It's
Mhm.
not about getting down in the weeds about what the training costs are going to be per se.
Mhm.
It's looking at the contracts that you have now and how those escalate and what you're going to end up being paid. The cost savings that we estimate will be more than generous enough to cover very good training. And I spent 6 years as one of 2 civilians on the state of Florida's Firefighter Standards Training and Advisory Council. We do training facilities and we do studies for training facilities. I have every expectation that you, the people on the dais, will set those standards should you choose to move your own way, and you will be able to set what those men and women will achieve. And I assume it's going to be the highest standards, because the one thing that we always find that people leave out is training. It's a critical, important part. And as somebody else alluded to, in the community for saving lives, for saving the people who work here. We were one of the first people to talk about in our facility planning studies to recognize the impact of long-term health on firefighters, moving them from hot zones in the apparatus bay to cold zones, making sure that there were commercial extractors in those bays to be able to pull particulate matter off. Because I had worked years ago with a department up in New Jersey where 50% of the police officers suffered from very rare forms of cancer. Okay. So we are very aware of those kinds of health and training issues. So those will be in your cost savings.
Right. And I believe that, you looked at it as a part of the cost saving. I'm particularly concerned with training because when this was the city of Deerfield Beach's fire department, we didn't really have all the pieces in place to make sure that all the men and women were adequately trained. BSO took care of that, and I am convinced, and that is the reason that we don't get complaints, because these men and women of this fire department are adequately trained. They are the highest professionals. And again, it's not even a thing of nitpicking. I want to make sure that all the pieces are in place to ensure that this city is going to get the best possible service. They are getting that now. And if there's a transition, this is how it's going to take place. That should be detailed to me, but I'm not getting that.
2 points, Mr. Mayor. I believe you all, I'm sorry. I was not trying to promote you. Thank you, sir. But I believe that transition was about 35 years ago. There were different standards for training. There were different standards for facilities. NFPA 1710 didn't exist back then. A lot of things have changed, both culturally in the firefighting service and the like. What was done then would not be done today. And that's the key point I want to make. And the other thing I will tell you, as I alluded to earlier in my discussion, everybody I've met for BSO fire rescue and law enforcement side have always impressed me for their dedication and service, their commitment to this community that they serve. I don't have any issue with BSO's professionalism. My analysis comes from the cost of those services, not the people providing those services.
Well, BSO couldn't trick me in terms of how they're represented, because I did the job. I have firsthand understanding of what they go through, how important it is that we be detailed, and that whatever decision is going to be made is going to be made in the best interest of the city. But their lives too matter. Their lives too matter.
Mr. Vice
And a
Mayor,
lot of the
you're
time,
absolutely correct.
yes.
It's not just the men and women that walk the beat or answer the calls, but the people they serve, the taxpayers, the residents, and I would also include the many visitors. You get millions of visitors every year. I would think if I was coming to the beach here in Deerfield Beach, I would want every expectation that law enforcement and public safety services would be of the highest quality. Yes. But should you choose to do an independent approach, it would be up to you all on the dais to set the overall standards and have your potential fire chief, police chief, in conjunction with your public safety director, set what those standards are, set what those training are. You will be making the deciding factor on that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Shinesky, you're next.
I know that Pompano Beach, they put in an ordinance in July for the study, and it's still ongoing. They said they'll be completed the end of March, so we're looking at April, some from
So
July.
we're part of that study, Commissioner.
All right, that's 9 months. So, I mean, how is it that, because we put in the ordinance in October.
Yes, sir.
And it's already really just November, December. How in 2 months were you able to give a detailed, comprehensive study for our budget is like $70 million. We have 90,000 people and we're growing. Don't you feel you're missing? It's very sketchy. That's number one. And number two, what troubles me is got this handout. And I guess it's client projects and examples. Our team has supported municipalities throughout the US, but I'm looking at Florida. I see a lot of bond referendums. I see a lot of space needs studies. I don't know what that is. I see some ordinance referendums, but I don't see any feasibility studies. I don't see any, this is what this is.
Popka,
So my
St.
question-
Cloud, Lady Lake. Flagler County Sheriff's Office, Indian River County Sheriff's Office. I've got a list here if you want me to read
You
them.
have, these are feasibility
Yes, sir.
studies.
And the other thing to address your point about that study, Pompano decided to split. You know, they have an even commission. They decided to split that project between the company that got the contract as the prime consultant, which was Raftellus, and the Center for Public Safety, Inc., which was a sub-consultant to Raftellus. We can only do what we are directed to do by the prime consultant. And the speed at which they move is entirely up to them. We have no role in that. We are only allowed to do what we are directed to do. We had discussion with one of their one of their vice presidents this morning. He asked us about doing A, B, and C. We've already done A, B, and C, and we're double checking that information. We're not a firm of 500 people with 35 different people around the country. We're like a smaller boutique firm. And I'm going to tell you right now, I didn't have a dadgum holiday this year. My researchers didn't have a holiday this year. We worked 7 days a week, focused 97% of our time on Deerfield from the end of November till right now. And that's how we were able to do it.
Yeah, but the other thing is that maybe people don't know is Pompano Beach, they just focus on the police because they're already set with their fire. We're focusing on not only the police,
But the
but
fire.
also the fire department and the emergency services, the first responders. My question too is this, I know Jupiter, the city of Jupiter, they're also in transition period. Their report, our report is 12 pages. Their report is 169 pages. So why is it that this is just 12 pages and a city like Jupiter is 169 pages? Don't you think that's more detailed feasibility study? And I hear that a lot of it is wrong. There is a lot of overage. There was a lot of miscalculation.
I would take umbrage with that contention. I will go and say to you, as I alluded to earlier, this is not a complete report. I am happy to provide you every Excel spreadsheet, every agreement, every contract, I have a list here of every source that we used. If you want the entire thing that we can provide, I will give you all that data. This is not a full report. This is a 12-page executive summary for police and an executive summary for fire that details the most important data that we felt would be relevant to you all making a decision to move forward with either A or with B. We did not make a recommendation or suggest either course of action for you all.
But basically they're saying we're going to save in 20 years, over 20 years, $500 million, $500 million. That's a lot of money. That's the marketing ploy here. And that's what's being touted up. If we do this based on this feasibility study, we're going to save $500 million. So, how did you get those figures? How could you say that without doing the details, without
Commissioner?
doing the minutia, without spending even more time? This is public safety. This is the most important issue for our public. That's what I care about. I want to tell you something. You know what I did over my Christmas vacation? I went through 500 doorsteps, knocking on people's doors in Century Village. And I asked a majority of those constituents who I represent, do you want to stay with BSO, fire, police, and EMS, or do you want to start from scratch, your own police, fire, and emergency services? And almost all the people said, you know what? I'm happy with BSO. I'm happy with what they're doing. And like they said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is what I got. And this is what I did during my holiday. And I lost about 15 pounds too. I can now fit into my pants.
Well, unfortunately, Commissioner, we had snacks in the office, so I can't claim the same success. I will tell you, though, that we looked at past BSO contracts, current BSO contracts, and projected BSO contracts, not only with you, but we pulled the data from the other 9 contract cities and reviewed all of those agreements and then the individual contracts for either fire, law enforcement, or fire and law enforcement. So there was a lot of data that we used. And if you look at the annual projected costs that go up between 10.1 and 10.88% a year with the BSO, and you extrapolate that out, the numbers are what the numbers are.
Let's talk about numbers if that's okay. All right, I did a little research myself. And, okay, Coral Springs, from 2020 to 2024-25, it went from 57 million in 2020 to 68 million in 2025. That's $11 million increase. I mean, that, Boynton Beach went from 35 million in 2020 to 44 million in 2024. That's a $9 million increase. Boca Raton, our sister city, is planning a major capital investment in new police headquarters, higher long-term operating and debt costs, which will be in the millions. I'm sure, 5 years ago, they didn't think that would happen. And even Jupiter, their police labor costs have increased 40% in the last few years. So these are so many increases that were hit with these cities. So how could you say in 20 years, we're going to save $500 million? How could you reputably say that? That's what bothers me. Because it affects public safety.
Commissioner,
That's what
this
I
is
care
a
about.
list of all the resource materials that we received from all of these communities that went into this plan. This is a source documentation of all the BSO budget, financial data, the contract city data, the request for contract cities, the uncapped cost categories in BSO contracts. We're not trying to criticize BSO in any way, shape, or form. When you look at the contracts and you look at the expectations of the increases in the contracts, and even in those contracts for stuff that's not capped, like the healthcare costs, they're going to go up exponentially. But the city would have a chance under accountability and control to make a decision as to what you want to do rather than have that decision be in somebody else's hands. Do you want the control? Do you want the accountability? You have that option.
I want the best public safety for my constituents. I want.
Sir, I assume everybody on that dais wants the same thing.
And that's what I want. That's
You
what
and I
cared
talked about that at those meetings.
And that's what's very important to me. And that's what I hear from my constituents. They want to be well taken care of. That's all they care about. They
Yep.
want the best services. They want people to hit the ground running.
And again,
That's what
Commissioner,
they want.
I said that when we listened, you and I sat there and listened to those people in those meetings, when they interacted with fire rescue personnel or emergency medical personnel, or they interacted with the deputies responding to their call, they were very professional. They were very personable. They were very dedicated to their job. This is not a critique of those people or the BSO or the sheriff. I don't know the politics, and quite frankly, it's not germane to me.
Anything else, Commissioner Snetsky?
Not this time, sir.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, y'all have my email. You can call me. You can text me. I'm always available. I think the city representatives will tell you that anytime they have reached out to me, we have responded almost immediately. I would give you all that same consideration now or in the future.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Is there any way I could ask an ultra quick question to to Chief Tony? Is that all right? May I ask a quick question if that's okay?
Not at this moment, because this is for the consultant. We'll bring the sheriff up in a moment. So
Thank you.
hold on to that ultra quick question for a second.
All right.
And Commissioner Hudak, I think you were next in line, followed by Commissioner Plow. But Commissioner Hudak, you're first.
Thank you very much. Couple of questions. The first one is, what's the difference between a feasibility study and a transition study?
A Mercedes and a skateboard are both forms of transportation. They're completely different. A feasibility study looks at broad-based questions to say what will be in your best interest as time goes by. A transition study is going to be a very, very deep dive into any and all aspects of what you're about to do. As the sheriff alluded to, he's right in that if a transition study is going to have to say, all right, this is what's going to be. It's not just training. It's not just what you do in training, but where are you going to train? How are you going to train? Where's your burn tower going to be? Where's your EVOC course going to be? Those kinds of questions will be figured out. And the difference is a feasibility study looks at these broad-based questions. The transition study is this is what you're going to do on day 1, day 138. This is how you're going to get to that point. And this is what all the things are going to be involved. They're very, very different things.
And how long does a transition study take?
The sheriff is correct. It'll take a little bit of time, but I submit to you that you're in a transition period and that process could be completed for you within, I think it's 16 months to 20 months. Yes, it could be.
Thank
I
you.
mean,
Go ahead.
Commissioner, we have been getting very difficult projects over the years with very short timelines. The project that I alluded to in Laredo, Texas has a 120-day period of time, and they're significantly larger than what you all would be. They have about 600 sworn officers and about 450 firefighters. I have to get that project done in 120 days. As soon as I am done here, I will be on a plane to Laredo on Monday. We can move as fast as our clients, and I would assure you that even if you pick any one of those other companies out there that do what we do, if you tell them, I need this information, and that you give them a reasonable amount of time, they will be able to produce for you.
So what cities would move forward with just a feasibility study as opposed to a full-blown transition study?
I would think most would be concerned about the primary issue, which is cost. And we've looked at the historical costs, the current cost, the future costs for what BSO has given you. We've looked at their contracts, we've looked at their agreements, and we've extrapolated out what your expected costs are going to be into the future. And I stand by those numbers. I have faith in those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing that would change those numbers is if BSO came back to you and renegotiated those contracts with less money.
Well, I mean, their best offer basically matches what was given us back in May. So their costs are what their costs
I can
are.
only speak to what I have information and data for, sir. I can't speak to what they would do or could do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hudak. Commissioner Plow.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, well, how did we get here? My colleague that sits next to me here ordered the minutes for 1989, back when they were deciding whether to go with BSO or not. And I found some very interesting information in there. At the time, Mayor Gene Robb, in charge, in October 3rd of 1989, had BSO make a presentation to the commission about possibly going with BSO. And in that presentation, they said that they could save the city about $1 million and that they would have a 5% cap on that service. So the city at the time did, and that was delivered by Ed Warner, Chief of Staff of BSO at the time, long time ago.
Okay.
So they actually had commissioned a study before the BSO talked. And that study was done by Mr. Rustin. And I'd like to read a little bit of this study.
Commissioner Plow, but before you go too much further, I just want to check that you have questions for the consultant because we'll do the commission discussion debate later. Do you want to?
Okay, well, then
Do you have any comments for
I'll
Mr.?
do my bit debate later because it's lengthy. I'd
Give-
be happy to do that. I don't have any questions for you at this time.
Okay.
I like the savings. I will make the comment that you're talking about the best estimate that we could have here is to save $925 million over a 20-year period.
I believe so, sir, yes.
Okay, so if you were 90% wrong, we would be saving $92 million? Over 20
Significant amount of
years.
money.
Okay,
And Commissioner, let me just say that every dollar you save is an opportunity for you to decide how to spend that dollar.
sure. Okay, I'm gonna save my full presentation for later. I think it is more appropriate, Mayor. I'll take your advice.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Plout. Vice Mayor Preston, you're next.
Thank you, sir. I'm the one that asked this commission to solicit a study to get the numbers. And here's why I did that. Because at the time, there was a lot of complexity about what was happening and the way things was going. So I asked, let's do a study. Now, the whole idea of that was so that each member of this commission could fill in the gaps in a way that they were comfortable in voting with all of the information. Whatever question that you have would aid our city administration, because I believe everybody is really kind of on the same page and want to do the right thing, However,
I
it's
believe
how
you
we
all
get-
are. You all do want to do the right thing.
how we get there. So I asked for it. The commission went along with that. But I have to tell you, all of the questions that I had are still not answered. That, you know, you were saying that this is a summary. Okay, I get that. This is a summary. But it would have been better for me to have the whole report so that I can look at the nuances of whatever it is that would help me in making a critical decision. So a lot of the questions that we debated initially are still present, And you yourself said this is not a complete study.
It's not a transition study. It's a feasibility study.
It's a feasibility.
Yes, sir.
So that what that means in reality is that in totality, you just have limited information. That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is we have enough data to look at the numbers. If you're going to provide the highest quality public safety services to the city of Deerfield, and you have an opportunity to save significant amount of money, that money could be allocated towards providing the highest quality service, adding people, adding training, better equipment, better apparatus, better bunker gear. You can replace equipment and hardware and software and everything on a faster accelerated pace.
But if the idea is to save money, it's how we get there. What is that pathway forward to be able to get to that point? Because we must examine each and every phase of this as we go forward. And I'm just saying that my concerns initially, because we was up here debating and I said, let's get the numbers. That's when they went and got you. I'm saying that I'm not satisfied that all of my questions are answered. To give me that feeling that, hey, I know what I'm doing now. I know what's happening. The city administration can make a recommendation. It is up to this commission to go whatever way that it
That is
wants to go.
correct.
But you have to do that with all available information. And I don't have all of that information right now, especially, like I said, I don't want to be redundant, but you said yourself, it's not a complete report. It's a summary. I need everything to say, this is
How much can I upload to your email?
Well, it's not a thing, sir, of uploading anything to my email. You had an opportunity to do that prior to this meeting.
Yes, sir. And I was,
Okay, so
I'm sorry, sir, but we took the approach that we wanted to provide you a summary of
okay,
data.
that's good, but don't ask me what you can upload to my email, because if anything, that should have been done prior to say, here is all of the information, gentlemen, about what you would need to do. I'm just saying that I just don't have that information that I feel comfortable with all of the questions that I had.
Mr.
That's
Vice
it.
Mayor, all of the sources and the data that I have in these files, if I gave you that information to show you exactly where we got the data and what data it was, would that make you feel more comfortable?
Well, what I'll do is that I would want you to get that to the city admin, and then I would have my discussions with them.
I would also say, sir, that again, tomorrow, if you want to have a conversation, if you want us to address some questions, I'm happy to do that. I'll dedicate all day to, whatever you need. Like I said, this has been our foremost priority over the past 2 months. It's not going to change. And I will tell you what I've told people before. I don't care if it's 6 days, 6 weeks, 6 months, 6 years from now. If you all have questions, if you all need our information or our objective advice, we will be there for you, as we have been for every other client that we've worked with since 1989. I have clients, I have a police department in California that we did work with 20 years ago, and the chief still calls me and asks me questions about lockers, or the chief in Columbia, South Carolina asked me about negative pressure relative to their evidence area. So we get questions all the time. We're happy to be there. We will be there. Unfortunately, as my wife will tell you, I don't play golf. I don't play tennis. I don't play pickleball. I don't collect stamps. This is what I do. This is my hobby. So when I'm 70 years old, I'm still going to be doing this. If you're going to be on the dais and have a question, call me, text me, email me. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Shinsky, did you have questions for Mr. Reeves?
Yes, I do, sir. Thank you. When I went to the town hall consulting meetings that all
Yes, sir.
5 of them, people got the impression, the public got the impression that we're going to get all this information of what it would cost, if we went our own way, police, fire, and first responder, as opposed to what BSO offers
And that's, everything would be put out there and they'd be able to examine. So now we have this 12-page report that's admitting equipment costs, fleet costs, radio, body cam system, fuel costs, vehicle maintenance, repairs, uniforms, duty gear, ballistic vests, firearms, ammo, required certification. Last Saturday, I went to the beach and I was speaking to some firefighters and they said, you know what? It's so important to have certification. It's mandatory. And you take out people so they did, the firefighters to do that mandatory certification. So that's important. That's not spoken about at all. Mandatory recruit academy training, legal update, policy compliance training. Overtime is not mentioned in this report. That's very, very important. Overtime cost is not included in the 500 million that we're going to save over 20 years. So many things. The study doesn't address staffing contingencies related to illness, injury, extended medical leave. There are so many gaps in this thing, and we're going to make such an important decision regarding the public safety of our citizens, and we're not addressing this, or at least the citizens could see. And also very important to me, and I didn't find it, the study doesn't include liability, legal expenses. God forbid firefighters get injured or killed, or God forbid police officers get killed. From what I'm told, and I may be wrong, BSO, because our vendor, takes responsibility for that. I mean, if we have our own department, we're going to be responsible. That could literally cripple the city financially. We have a $32 million reserve that we work very hard for. And in one thing that could be destroyed, potential civil litigation. These are the things that need to be addressed in a study so that the people could examine it. And I don't feel it's been addressed.
Commissioner, you can, one of the reasons why CALIA and CFA exist is to provide accreditation to departments and law enforcement entities. Those are policy guidelines that limit litigation, potential litigation. They provide best practices. They ensure that your personnel are doing what's in the best interests according to the recent guidelines and the recent standards and policies and procedures. Those are things that you all have to get accredited to and get certified by, and they provide you some of that minimum protection. Just like getting an ISO rating of 1 helps lower insurance costs in your community. When we
Funny. I mean, I don't know what you're saying. You're not addressing the cost of it. And there's so many gaps, and that's what's bothering me. And the people were promised that they'd be able to get all the details. They could look at, if we go our own way and if we stay with BSO. And
Okay.
I don't see that in this.
Commissioner,
feasibility
in
study.
each of those 5 public meetings, I was very clear that we were not there to provide information data because we were in the process of collecting that. Okay. My role in those 5 meetings was more of a mediator or a facilitator in a focus group to hear from the public their perceptions of public safety, their wants, their needs, their desires, what they'd like to see differently. And you sat through those meetings with us and we got a lot of information. It was not about the data because we were in the process of collecting that data. And I stated that very clearly up front that we were in that process. Those meetings were not for that purpose.
Somebody's study, a study with all the facts and figures and projections. So this is not a feasibility study. This is a marketing study. I mean, that's the. way I
Commissioner,
see
we
it.
don't recommend a course of action for you all to decide. We provided the information.
And so we can give it out to the public. So we represent the public. I don't see any facts and figures. I don't know. I mean, I don't see it. And we're gonna base a huge public safety decision on really nothing, I mean, that's my opinion. That's
Indeed
what
it
I
is.
feel.
Let's move on. Thank you, Mr. Reeves. Appreciate it. You as well. Stick around in case there's any questions that we have later. So we're going to move into the public comment portion of the
Thank you all.
meeting. Again, please, no applause. This is not a pep rally. We want to hear from each and every single one of you. We're going to go through, those of you that signed up first. The clerk will give me the first name, followed by who's on deck. So whoever's on deck, maybe just stand over here to the side. After we go through the public comment.
I'm sorry. I know the commissioner has something for me. Are we gonna do that in the back
Yes,
now?
is it all right? Just a quick question, please.
No, we'll do this after the public comment, when we go into the commission discussion, then the sheriff and the consultant both will here to answer any commission comments. But I think it's time, all these people are here, they want to speak. I think we need to hear from them. So, Madam Clerk, you'll give me the first name, followed by whoever's on deck. We'll go through all of the names that signed up in the commission chamber first. We'll follow that up with those who did not sign up that are in the commission chamber, and then those that are online, we will do last. So I anticipate this process probably to take at least 1 to 2 hours. So everyone, just please be patient as we try to get through everybody. So with that, Madam Clerk, who's first and who's on deck?
Charles Watley, and then Paula Cook.
And again, same rules during the public comment, 3 minutes. So Mr. Watley, you're first, and Ms. Cook, you'll be on deck.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give a thank you for having me up here. A cordial greeting to the mayor, the commissioners, city
And
manager.
Name and address for the record too.
Okay,
For every-
Charles Watley. I can't give my address because of what I do. I am a resident of Broward County. I did live a block and a half from Deerfield Beach High School during my high school years, raised in Broward County. The problem is everybody's talking about the numbers. There hasn't been a problem with the agency as a whole. It's not the agency. When we look at that badge, it's supposed to represent protection, service, and public trust. But because of the actions, the individual actions based on the sheriff's character himself, roll calls have been changed into political arenas. Social media has been used as a political weapon to go after people that spoke against the sheriff or criticized him, or to silence other people. He has had military formation runs in the more affluent neighborhoods of Deerfield Beach to drum up political support. He has lied to the public only about 245 times, to include his employees need more money. It's your fault. He was given the money. He deferred the funds. He deferred the funds when he knew the helicopters needed replaced sooner, and thus you had a fire rescue helicopter crash when they were 10 years past due. So the problem isn't the agency, it's the sheriff. It's his character. It's ego with a badge. And when you handle something like that, you only have 1 or 3 choices to handle a bully. Number 1, you could run from the bully, but he will always chase you. Number 2, you can yield to their demands and he will increase them. Next contract will be 27%. Or you can fight. And that's what you should decide to do. Fight. Whatever you do, regardless, you will not tolerate this behavior. There are steps that you could take. You can, without violating sunshine law, the Florida sunshine law, contact other people that he has done this to. You already have violations that you could submit to the Florida Commission on Justice of Standards and Training of his behaviors. You have misfeasance. You have malfeasance. You also have dereliction of duty if it is shown that he was given money to give the employees raises and he deferred the funds and then lied to the public about it. Civil action can be taken against him. And if you take action against him, showing him that you and the other contract cities will not tolerate that behavior from their sheriff, then you will have that service that you need, that trust that you want to have with the agency. Thank you, and may God bless each and every one of you, and may our living God bless the great people of Deerfield Beach, Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Watley. Paula Cook is next, and who will be on deck, Madam Clerk?
Donna Capobianco.
Donna Capobianco will be on deck.
Well, 62 Centennial Court. The bottom line up front for me is I hope we stay with BSO. Some of you know this already. The main reason is on the report, it said a critical success factor was personnel retention. Now, the pay scale in, if we were to take it in-house, was lower than the pay scale for BSO. So you know that's not going to fly because we won't have that personnel retention. I was here when it was Mayor Gatz gave the employees of town a raise, and he was happy about it because he said they were all getting their experience here and going somewhere else. So they weren't happy with personnel retention. I don't see where we'd have any difference if we went with our own fire and rescue and police. So I think that's a flaw in the study that he couldn't really find out. You know, they're going to get more money eventually. So, and if you have a bone to pick with the sheriff, you do it at the ballot box. That's what we do. You know, whether it's the city, whether it's the county or the state, that's what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Capobianco will be next. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Former Commissioner Bernie Parnas.
Just name and address for the record, please.
Donna Capobianco, 2157 Cambridge G in Century Village East. Deerfield Beach used to operate its own police and fire rescue. Then they hired BSO. Why? And a lot of that's been discussed, so I'm not going to keep rambling through it. But the main thing is our city offers building services, coastal management, code compliance, senior services, and much more. Police and fire rescue was not Deerfield Beach's only focus. Rather than cutting other non-life-threatening areas, come and go city managers all kept tight reins on the first responder numbers and their wages and overlooked our inability to offer much professional opportunity. This earned Deerfield Beach the unsavory reputation of being a safety training ground. Inexperienced, low-wage graduates got hired, spent a year getting expensive training on Deerfield Beach's dime, then left for better wages and growth. We've heard that. We know it happened. That's what I heard when I first moved here. I was hearing all about that. How does creating a new costly, and when I hear, you know, I love the idea of savings, that scares the heck out of me. That scares the heck out of me. Because in today's world, try to buy an orange that you bought a week ago. Try to buy a sweater. Try and buy something that you have to remodel your house, let alone the kinds of services that aren't motivated by money. The services we're talking about are motivated by saving lives. This is a huge, huge difference. And the author of the transition feasibility study told us in many meetings, because I went to all of them except one, that no one could have foreseen the cost and wage escalation of the last few years. And most business people he's working with today struggle with trying to make 5-year projections. Yet he uses a 20-year projection. Why? Because he can obtain a crystal ball cost savings result. You want to save money? Get the right information, get everything you need. Please, God, do it. Because what you're looking at here is amazing. It's amazing as an observer in the city. A published September poll showed exactly what our commissioner from Century Village said, overwhelming support for the BSO Police and Fire Rescue. BSO is a dedicated, professionally run police EMT firefighter organization.
Time's
The
up.
city
Thank you,
is
Mrs.
not.
Capobianco.
You're welcome.
Former Commissioner Parnas, you're next. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Bernie Parnes, 3074 Harwood F, Deerfield Beach. I'm amazed. 12-page report. I don't know. I looked at the backup material. It's 147 pages. Did you read it? But you don't mention it, where it covers costs. I have some of the costs. Let's assume they're wrong by 50%. We don't save $500 million. We save 250 million over 20 years. That's 250 million you have to pay in taxes.
Commissioner, address the commission, please.
I can't see raising the city taxes because the sheriff wants to break his contract. He agreed to 5% as a businessman. Anybody broke a contract with me, I don't do business with, because his signature is worthless, his word is worthless, and we're stuck with the bill. Think about that. Even if they're 50% wrong, you're talking about $250 million that the citizens of this city would have to make up in taxes. How many seniors on fixed incomes would lose their homes? How many people in District 2 that are barely scraping by would have to sell and move? Think about that. I'm not talking about poor service. 18 out of the 31 cities do not use the BSO. There is no implication because I've talked to mayors of many of them and commission people. They're happy with their service. The response time is fine. The public likes the control that they have with their police chief and fire people. I love these guys. They saved my life more than once. It's not them that I have a problem with. It's the guy signing the contract that can't be trusted anymore. What's he going to ask for next year? He's going to break the contract again? If you do it once, let's do it twice. Let's do it 3 times. Those people in Deerfield will pay anything we ask. I say no. I say it's time we stood on our feet and took control of our own destiny. And the cost savings is enormous, 1. 2, raise it that much and how will our bond rating stand it? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Parnas. Julie Rodriguez, come forward, and Madam Clerk, who is on deck. All right, so that's all that signed up. So we'll
That's
just,
it. Hey,
well, that's signed up. I'm sure there's a
Okay,
lot
there's
more
gonna be a
people
lot
that
of
want to speak, but go ahead, Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay, Julie Rodriguez, 150 Southeast 7th Street. I'm here, and I'm in agreement with BSO staying with Deerfield Beach. For the first gentleman who spoke, he's not even a resident of Deerfield Beach. I don't even know why he was even allowed to speak here. I came here to get numbers, and here I got nothing. Wasted time. And last, I want to bring up, there have been talks about Sheriff Tony, I'm sorry.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Face the commission, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted
Okay.
to, I just forgot his name. Oh, I just blacked out. When Sheriff Tony was speaking, when all this came out, a lot of people said he was angry. He was an angry man. I don't think when any of the commissioners here on the board raised their voice, like for example, when you were a commissioner, sir, you raised your voice. Nobody said he was an angry man. They said it because he was an angry Black man. And that's how I feel, and I'm standing by it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have one more sign up, and then we'll go to those in the public. So
Former
hang
Commissioner
hang
Battle.
tight. Former Commissioner Battle, and then this gentleman in the gray jacket, blue shirt. You'll be first since you're headed down.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Happy New Year. I thought I wasn't going to say anything this evening, but hearing some of the comments from the dais, I just feel that, there's people that have some self-serving interests, and I hope when you vote that you would not vote based on your self-serving interest. I'd like to remind citizens of Deerfield Beach that more than 20 years ago, when we were toying with the idea of going to BSO, we heard some of the same arguments. Oh, you're not going to get the service. People are going to burn. They're going to do this, that, and the other. And here we are in 2025. I would suggest to you that much hasn't changed. I live in District 2. Unfortunately, in the city of Deerfield Beach, there is that dichotomy or diversification or whatever we're in. Our sheriff that's providing our service, we get more service on the beach and in Century Village, I must say, than we do in District 2. All is not well. People in Century Village may be happy with the service. I'm here to tell you that we are not happy with the service in District 2. I can count on one hand the number of times that I've seen BSO officers just patrol my community. I must say that I am an advocate for community policing, and I would suggest to you that you think loud and you think hard about this decision that you're going to make, and that you don't do it from a personal interest or self-serving interest. Thank you.
Thank you, former Commissioner Battle. We're now going to go to the public that's inside the commission chamber. Ms. Berner, I did say that the gentleman in blue,
Fine.
he was rushing down to the podium, real
Still an
quick.
opportunity.
But you can be next. Need just name and address for the record,
Yep,
please.
Chad Brocato, 8211 Canopy Terrace. I was your former fire chief. I was a fire chief when you merged in the department. And I've been in the fire service for 35 years, earned 2 doctorates. I've been widely recognized as an expert in the field. I say that not to brag. I say that because when I read this study, I have to tell you that a lot of it is fiction. I wish that it wasn't, because I wanted to read it and be inspired by what the numbers would tell me. But I gave you an entire book. So I'm also an attorney. So if I was, presenting in front of a judge, I would not just walk up here and ask you to rely upon my words. I gave each and every one of you a book to back up every single statement I'm about to make. First, the numbers are incorrect. So when you keep talking about what the savings are, if you start off with incorrect numbers, you'll never have the correct number at the end of the line. So they put together 145 personnel. That's false. Well, how can I make that statement? If you look at the crossover that occurred when Deerfield, when I was the fire chief here and we merged into BSO, which was not in 89, the fire department was 2010, it was 146 people. So it's a higher number. More importantly, that's when your city was smaller, it was 20,000 less people. More importantly, it didn't include any of the support staff, because you didn't merge over the 3 assistants that we had upstairs in administration. More importantly, you didn't have all the mechanics. I heard Mr. Reeves talk about training, but then there's no training people in here. When we merged, we had training staff. We had 2 training staff. I actually used to be in the training division. All of those things are missing. There are many errors in this report that should cause you concern. He can't fix it by giving you more documents. For example, he said the battalion chief is at 475. Completely false. Battalion chief has been at 102 for 20 years. That's just false information. You've already heard about some of the other false information. You are missing personnel. If you looked at Jupiter and you looked at their staff right now, they have 9. They're smaller than you. How are you going to have 2, 1 fire chief, 1 deputy chief running a department of 145 people? It's not feasible. So therefore, you're starting off with wrong numbers. They're incorrect. That's the first point that I wanted to make to you. 4 battalion chiefs, it doesn't work. You have A, B, and C shift. That's a standard three shifts, right? What are you doing with the 4th battalion chief? Does he come in on days? What happens if the guy on A shift is sick? Who fills his spot? What if the guy on B shift is, what if they're both sick? You would need to have at least 6 battalion chiefs to fill that. So again, you're short. The numbers I came up with is you need roughly 160 people, and I can happily back that up with data. Second, the start-off fire department will cost more. Commissioner, you asked the question about the how much money. Well, right now, Jupiter's paying 2.6 million. 2.6 million plus what they have to spend, it's in your book, what they have to spend to what it costs to continue with Palm Beach County Fire Rescue until the transition is done. That doesn't include bunker gear. Right now, the standard is 2 sets per person, because if you go to a fire, we know that the actual gases in the bunker gear causes cancer. We want them to get out of that bunker gear and into another set. You need 2 sets, 10 grand times 160 personnel. I'll say 150 because you have support staff. 1.5 million. Those are numbers you can look at tomorrow. It's very easy to see.
Thank you,
So,
Mr. Ricardo. Time's
that's it.
up. Yes.
Okay, thank
3
you.
minutes goes fast.
I know.
Ms. Berner, you're next, please.
Carol Byrne, I can't give my address because of what I do, and I don't want to get arrested.
Mhm.
Okay.
Touche. 3
we
minutes is,
start the
3
3
minutes is
minutes now.
rolling.
Okay, interestingly to me, and Commissioner Hudak, I could be wrong, but you wanted to go with the larger building department rather than going with the smaller one. So it just stands to reason, therefore, to me, that you would want to go with the larger police and fire department rather than an itsy bitsy tiny one. Okay, what I wanted to say is that I asked my girlfriend's son how he felt being a fireman in a city in Broward County that does not go with BSO. And I know this kid from way before he was born. Well, how could I know him from before he was born? But you know what I'm trying to say. I mean, I know him when he was in the womb. And I asked him honestly to tell me how he felt. And he said that he would rather be in the fire department of BSO because it would give him more opportunity to do many other things than just sit around, not doing really very much in his city that he's in. And it was an honest answer. And I know I have more, but I'm a little confused now. Anyhow, I just want to say that. Anyhow, that's all I'm going to say because I can't really remember the rest. But he would prefer to be in BSO than to be in the small city he's in with the small. Oh, I know what the other thing is, that in case of an emergency, there's loads of people to pull from rather than in a small department. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berner. The gentleman, just 1 second, gentleman coming down here in the plaid shirt. You're next. Yes, go ahead. Bob, you can be after him, okay?
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and rest Commissioners. My name is Eric Condi, 505 Northeast 20th Avenue. So I come to you to give you a little perspective. I'm also I'm a resident, as you know, and I'm a former firefighter, disabled for Hallandale Beach. The reason why I'm here is I want to provide a little different perspective than some of the other residents that are here. My perspective is from the inside, from a department very similar to what you're going to create here in Deerfield Beach. I think that would be prudent for you guys to know. So we were a small department, very similar city, coastal city, just like you guys. And we did struggle with what the Vice Mayor said, training. We did struggle with personnel. And those are struggles that I feel that you're going to have, because you guys, like many have said, great intentions, right? But budgets get cut and these guys feel it. We felt it. We would have training and we would have to run on calls, cut the training on things that were very important, crucial, life-saving things that these men and women train for. They might see 2 or 3 times in their career. And what do you want when there's someone's treating your family or yourself? You want someone that's versed in that skill and that can do it without any challenge. We had many challenges where we didn't have the ability to train. We would also run so many calls. We'd have a fire. Next thing you know, you're running a medical call in your bunker gear or half the bunker gear, off gassing when someone's having an emphysema attack or something crazy like that. This is not made up. This is true life. With BSO, they have so many resources that can come and when you have a situation like that, you have a fire, they take you out of service, you can go take a shower. It helps with your camaraderie, helps with morale with your guys, which also translates to better service for us residents. Because I want some guy that's fresh, not off of a fire if I'm having any kind of challenge. Same with the police. They have so many more resources. They're a humongous toolbox that as a municipality, I find it very challenging for us to bear that expense. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sure there's people here that were in Deerfield before that feel the same way that I do, that can shed some more light with some more detail. I'm happy to give my number. You're welcome to give me a call, and I'm happy to share my insight as a resident and as a firefighter. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Condi. Bob, go ahead. You're next.
Bob DeChristopher, 517 Northeast Sixth Avenue. Just a couple of comments. And I think, I don't want to say that we're wasting time, but the sheriff was generous enough to, I believe, continue the existing contract for another 2 years at the current program rates. And the savings, if they exist, will be there in 2 years. There'll be a proportional savings. Everything's going to raise up, but if the savings really do exist, the proportional savings will still be there. So for us to rush through now, when the sheriff was generous enough to give us the money to do the studies properly, not that it was improper, but get the full cost through a transition study, do that work, and then you'll still have time to do the transition. If it's, 18 months, 2 years, we can work it out then. And I gotta tell you, I'm a proponent of staying local. I was against it and I was here when we moved the police department to BSO. I was against it. I was against it when Sheriff Lamberti came in and told us how much money we were going to save by going to the sheriff. Of course, Israel comes in the next year and says, sorry, can't do that. So I don't want to say it's the same situation, but he has that latitude to do that. I would prefer taking the 2 years to study it, do the transition, get the exact cost, and the proportional savings will still be there.
Thank you, Mr. DeChristopher. Anyone else in the commission chamber? Mr. Miller, come on down. You're next.
Yes, commissioners, mayor. As a commissioner, when I sat up here, one of the last things I ever wanted to do was raise the millage rate. I really didn't want to do that, but I've experienced this BSO, fire and police. And I tell you what, I don't think there's a more important decision you're going to make tonight. This is life and death. These people have come to my house, taken me to the hospital, taken my wife to the hospital, taken my father to the hospital, always with expertise and efficiency. The last gentleman, I think, is right. I think the sheriff has given us an opportunity to find out the real cost, the transition cost. So I certainly I would advise you not to make a decision without getting the rest of the costs analyzed. I tend to be for BSO. Their performance has been, where I live, been very good. And again, this is life and death. This fireman just talked to us about it. Training is important. And one more thing, I go to jail, do Bible studies since 1999. And I know that they're short-staffed. I see deputies there. I said, geez, I haven't seen you before. Well, I'm working overtime. I see another guy, I'm working overtime. They can't fill the positions even in the jails. So I think we're opening up Pandora's box, thinking that we can hire people cheaper, get quality that we have right now. So I'd say take your time, get the true analysis. Right now, I'd say stick with BSO. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Mary Drabick, 4081 Marina Way. Also the president of South Florida Bible College and Theological Seminary on 10th and Military, there 2200 Southwest 10th Street. I'm in favor of keeping BSO. We have a wonderful relationship with them, with the Bible College and myself personally. But again, I would encourage you, the numbers don't always make sense, at least what I'm hearing and what I've been hearing. If he's saying we're saving $900 million over 20 years, that's going to be 50 million a year, if my math is correct. And so the budget right now is 75 million. So you're telling me it's going to only be $25 million a year to run fire and police in the city of Deerfield? I don't think that's correct. And again, with the initial outlay, the capital expenses, he's saying 20 million, another 6 or 7, say it's 40 million. Where's that coming from? And it's coming now from us, the taxpayers. Where are you going to get that 40 million capital outlay? And the I call it double dipping because we're going to be paying BSO and training and equipping our own police and fire. So I encourage you, if it's a personality issue, get over it. There's elections in a couple years. Okay, if you don't like personalities, there's elections. But encourage you to make sure that you're making mindful and being very considerate of what's actually going to take place in the lives of the not only the residents, but the sheriffs, the firemen, and everybody else in the city. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Ave. When the Center for Public Safety, I'll call them CPS for short, says they are going to save you $500 million, that claim and the company that makes that claim deserves scrutiny. What is CPS's expertise? According to their website and LinkedIn page, CPS is dedicated to assisting the public safety community with obtaining new facilities. They also state they are a public safety spatial needs company. Nowhere on their website does CPS claim they have expertise in doing transition feasibility studies like the one they just gave Deerfield Beach. It appears if you're looking for a one-stop shop to help you build new fire and police stations, CPS is your guy. By coincidence, Deerfield Beach will shortly be in need of just such a company. When analyzing the numbers and the conclusions reached by CPS, it becomes apparent they have not done many transition feasibility studies. CPS states there will be $21 million in startup costs to bring police and fire in-house. What is their recommendation as to how to pay for it? They say, don't worry, just amortize the cost over 10 years. The only problem with that is you still have to come up with $21 million on day one. Digging into how CPS claims the city will save $500 million over 20 years is interesting. Why didn't CPS analyze the cost differential over the 4.5-year contract period that BSO is now offering? The following note from CPS deserves extra scrutiny. I quote, "The BSO contract also provides language to include potential additional future salary studies that may result in exceeding the 5% cap. Conservative estimates based on historical increases and contractual caps are approximately 7.5%, end quote. Even though BSO has adhered to a 5% salary cap over the last 35 years, except for the catch-up period in this new contract, CPS claims we must use a salary expenditure multiplier 50% greater than what BSO has shown over the last 35 years. This type of number manipulation, artificially stretched out over a long period of time, is how you can make the incredible claim of $500 million in savings. Remember, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak?
I'll let you go.
We'll do Mr. Nolan, followed by Ms. Jackson, followed by Mr. Givens.
Howard Nolan, 325 Southeast Third Terrace. I was a city of Deerfield Beach firefighter for 27.5 years. I was a BSO firefighter for 9 years. I retired after 34 years of service. And all we're doing here today is talking about numbers. Well, guess what? When you dial 911, numbers don't come to your front door. Whether you're having a fire, whether you're having a heart attack, whether you're having a stroke, something's going on in your house and you want competent people coming to your front door. I thought I was a competent person for the 27.5 years that I worked for the city of Deerfield Beach. But I'm here to tell you, and using a few of our consultants' analogies, it was like riding a skateboard when we were in Deerfield Beach and was like riding a Mercedes when we were Broward Sheriff's Office. It was like being in the minor leagues and being in the major leagues. Deerfield Beach Fire Rescue was the minor leagues because it was small operation. We didn't have people with a lot of experience, okay? We went to the Broward Sheriff's Office and it's like we got promoted from Class A ball to the major leagues. And hey, when you want somebody coming up in the bottom of the 9th inning at bat and you're dialing 911, you want that hitter coming from the major leagues and not the minor leagues. And the numbers are the numbers. That's what I keep hearing out of them. But the numbers don't come to your front door. You need a professional coming to your front door. I would suggest that everybody here on this commission, go to Jupiter, find out what kind of problems they have. And right now, they hired 4 or 5 people in administration and they can't find firefighters, paramedics. They can't find them. They had a 3-year plan to do this, what you're talking about maybe doing. They had a 3-year plan. They just had to go back to Palm Beach County and beg for another year because they can't find enough firefighters to hire. And what are we going to get? We're going to get 142 firefighters, Chad, 142? 160. We're going to need 160 firefighters off the street. And, you know, our consultant here we should go with the incumbents. You know, we should get the people from BSO to transfer over to Deerfield Beach. Well, guess what? When you start running less people on the trucks, when you start paying less money, when the benefits aren't there, they're not coming. They're going to fold into the BSO system somewhere else in another city. And you're going to be hiring 160 firefighters off the street. And if that's the people you want coming to your front door, God bless you. And I'd just like to say, when Joe Miller said about his father, I took his father to the hospital when I was working on the beach in Deerfield Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Ms. Jackson, you're up. Mr. Givens, you'll be next.
Hi, do I repeat my name? Sandra Jackson, 386 Southwest 35th Avenue. I just want you guys to not make a decision tonight, please. We as the resident of Deerfield Beach have rights. You had the consultant come out and talk about and get the ideas of things that we wanted and stuff. There was never any figures put up. We don't know what it's going to cost us. Our taxes are high. The insurance is high. Try to focus on that, getting help for us to get money back in our pockets. I have nothing against Gregory. I have nothing against the manager. And I know the manager is supposed to be a minister from my understanding because we've talked sometime before. Let's not make a decision because there's some underlying, something that's going on underlying that we don't know about, because I hear a lot of rumors because you know I'm in the political world. I hear you guys already have who you're going to put as the chief. I'm hearing a lot of the stuff. And I'm hearing that people are in the manager ear, which I hope is not true. Okay? And I know it's like, from my understanding through, you guys already made your decision because you're in somebody's pockets. My understanding, or they got the vote. Let's not make decision on that because we don't need, right now, I don't feel like, let's do what Mr. Gregory Tony said. Let's do the 2-year study. Because my concern is, Smackenberg can tell you, I speak up, okay? And I don't want you guys to get the police in here and then start harassing people like me because I speak up and I have my opinion, okay? I love my city. My grandfather was a farmer here, one of the richest family here in Deerfield Beach. And I have a lot of information, and we probably still own half of the cove over in the beach because I have all the records, which I'm going to have investigated, and I want my money for that too.
That motion is denied. Mr. Givens? Mr. Givens, you're next.
Demetrius Givens, 1150 Southwest 7th Avenue, Deerfield Beach, Florida. And as I stated earlier, today, January 6th, is something that shook our nation. But I go back to February 14th in Parkland. Most people don't know what I do, but I'm that guy that's out motivating the youth. And I can remember hearing about Sheriff Tony coming to bring order to something that had nothing to do with police and law enforcement. It was just evil. When you have a young man that walks in front of a train in your community, it's time for us to stop looking at the money and start looking at mankind and wondering why there's so much evil going on in our land. That's why I tell you guys on this day, I stand with you because I see past color, I see past religion, I see past all that other stuff. I want to know who has the heart for the people. See, when you take all that other stuff out of it, it's a God that we serve that you're gonna leave this earth. That's what we got to get to. Because after 2020, after having masses on your face, after seeing your father through through a camera, and to stand here, and I understand it, because if these guys are laying their lives, it's not their fault. That's their job. And I have heard over and over again, Sheriff Tony, and I say it with the utmost respect, his guys got to go home. So if we that evil that I would take a gun and take something from you, something is wrong. So we got to get to the real problem in the city of Deerfield, in Broward County, in this state. Where are the people that love mankind more than your money? That's why I say to you, Mayor Drosy, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Hudak, Commissioner Stephanie, and Commissioner Plow, I stand with y'all because this is where I'm from. But when I need somebody to protect this law, I'm gonna call 911, and I hope the men in the green stand with me. But we gotta get past the stuff that divides us. That's what's dividing us, guys. And those kids are innocent because they go to school like it's a prison right now. And they say, Coach, why are they treating us like that? Why? Because evil was in Parkland on February 14th that changed this community forever. And I just want y'all to know, it's 7 years later from the same young man that made a mark in Deerfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Givens. Former Mayor Noland?
Good evening. Well, we've heard a lot tonight, haven't we? Peggy Nolan, 325 Southeast Third Terrace. The best thing I heard tonight is when Sheriff Tony came up and he said we could have a contract for 2 years and study this properly and get the right numbers. I went to these meetings. I missed one. We didn't get, and it was $75,000. I believe it's over $200,000 to have a correct report done. This gentleman came here, he apologized to all of you, and you allowed people to get up here and insult him without stopping it. And that's not supposed to happen as far as our rules and regulations are concerned. Okay, but you let him, yet he's still sitting here and he still wants to protect the people of Deerfield Beach. And he's offering to pay to have a legal, documented study done of this city. What more can you ask for? It's ours. 20 years from now, I'm going to be dead, for Christ's sakes. Okay? And half the people in here will probably be dead. And it's the taxpayers that are the ones that are going to be paying this bill. Please take the offer that's been given. It's not going to hurt anybody. And if 2 years this study comes back, or if it's done in 18 months, that's a study like Pompano Beach is doing, a definite official study on everything, then you go either with the sheriff or you go to Deerfield Beach. How hard is that? And again, I apologize for the people that got up here. One man that doesn't even live here.
Mayor.
But I apologize as a former elected official of this city because I'm embarrassed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone else inside the commission chamber would like to speak? Commissioner?
Hi, Ryan Schrouder, 11540 Southwest 56th Street. So I live about as far from you guys as I can. I'm a commissioner in Cooper City. And of course, I'm paying a lot of attention to what's going on. One of the things that the sheriff brought up was how we got here. I know how you guys got here. We were with you guys at the same spot. So what I want to tell you is I want to give you a perspective that a lot of other people can't give you. I, as an elected official, have voted to leave BSO before. I've voted to hire a police chief. I've worked on interviewing police chiefs and moving away from BSO. Sometimes things happen. We got a gentleman forced upon us, who you guys probably know, Major DiGiovanni, I'm sure, and how relentless he is. And what I want you guys to know is if there's a concern, and this is for the commission and Mr. Brimlow, if you're worried about the relationship, I believe it is a relationship that you can salvage because I've probably made the sheriff more mad than you guys ever could have. He sometimes answers my calls. All of them answer besides Benny. Benny still doesn't answer my calls. But what I'm trying to tell you is you guys have to make whatever decision's best for you. And I think you will. And I think there's pros and cons with everything. But if you do decide that the decision to stay is better, I truly believe you can work with this team. Like I said, I bother them all the time. Nobody's going to offend them more than me. And I've been exactly where you guys are at. So that's just my, you'll decide what's best for you. But if you're worried just about the relationship, I do think that with the group here, that they're professional enough to, have thick skin and, move past it. So that's what I offer to you guys, and best of luck.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Cummings, followed by the other Mr. Nolan will be next.
Joe Cummings, 267 Oak Ridge P. One of my favorite sayings is the things that unite us are far greater than the things that divide us. And what we hear tonight is a perfect example of that. I'd just like to point out that we love Rodney Brimlow when he was a BSO, and we love him now. We love Chief Hofstein. These are two men with utmost integrity. But I think the elephant in the room is the simple fact that there's money problems. We love our guys, but can we afford it? Broward County already said no. As a matter of fact, we're waiting to hear from the Florida cabinet on whether the sheriff is going to get $73 million because he has a $73 million shortfall. If the answer is no, who's going to pay for that? The taxpayers always do. What's going to happen to BSO if that's denied? BSO already has had a shortfall just in their building. Supposed to be 35 million, ended up costing 75 million. So I think those issues need to be settled too. Now, when it comes down to personnel, the paramedics are going to be nationally registered. They're going to be trained. They're going to know how to intubate using a Miller and a Macintosh laryngoscope. They're going to go through PHTLS, advanced cardiac life support. They're going to go through all those trainings. So when you get paramedics that are trained, it really doesn't matter what color shirt they wear or what union they represent. The fact is that competence and training is something that we already do and provide. I went to the meetings with, to hear the residents out. And in actually a couple times when I stood up to speak, I was basically contramanded by Commissioner Shinetsky. And that was a time where you guys were supposed to listen. So, in my opinion, some people have their minds already made up. It doesn't matter about numbers. It matters whatever happened at that meeting between certain members of the dais and Sheriff Tony a couple of months ago. And if your mind's already made up and you're going to, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Mr. Nolan, you're next.
Good evening, Thomas Nolan, 406 Southeast 8th Avenue. Speaking as a former Deerfield Beach firefighter and speaking as a resident, there's a lot of things wrong with this consultant report. I'm not going to knock the consulting company that did it. I think their scope of work was what their scope of work was. It was designed. He gave you what his scope was. The main thing that I'm going to point out to this evening is the salaries. I'm a union vice president. Whether it's me standing here representing local 4321, Broward County Sheriff firefighters, or local 16, 17, whatever our local number was before, we're going to be here.
78.
I'm going to be here, and I'm going to be telling you my firefighters need more money. And I'm sure the police union people are going to be doing the same thing. So we went to the sheriff and told him our people cannot live in Broward County. They cannot buy homes. They cannot feed their families. They're going to Palm Beach County, Miami-Dade County. So what did he do? He did a study. And the study said we are underpaid for our region. And that's where these numbers came from. He didn't sit in his office and say, I'm going to mess with Deerfield this year. Watch this. So that $31 million for salaries, not one comparable city in Broward County is currently paying their firefighters at about an average 150 firefighters, that number. So where are those people where are we gonna find them? They don't exist. In your packet, you have two studies. One is about the Florida Fire Chiefs Association about where firefighters are. We are losing more firefighters to retirement than we actually have graduating from the fire academy. Okay? People don't want to get their hands dirty anymore. People don't want to put their life on the line for somebody else. Those people don't exist anymore. Okay, when I got hired, you had to fight for a job. That doesn't happen today. So we're here because it's a human element, because this affects 144 union firefighters. And if you think the IAFF is going to allow City of Deerfield Beach to hire people and not provide the safest equipment, provide fair wages, you guys are crazy. And the $100 million thing, Commissioner, I'm sorry you were wrong. If you have a 20% number, if you add 20% to $31 million and you do that over 20 years and it was only 20% wrong, you're losing money. You're losing about $100 million if you ran his numbers. So to say if they're 90% wrong, we're still saving money. That's not true, because you have to do it on year one, and then you have to do it on year two, and then you have to do it on year three. That's how compounding math works. So I'm not here to tell you what to do, but I'm going to tell you this study has so many holes in it. I sent a text message to a commissioner about a problem in this study, and it gets removed from the backup. Boca Raton was listed on the original backup. I was trying to be nice and say, this is a joke. This information's wrong, and it gets taken out of the backup. So what's really happening here? Are we really looking about the dollars? Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Mr. Ungian?
Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. So I'm a believer that when you sign a contract, you don't break it. Your word is your bond. I have heard from the corporal previously that the reason the contract had to be terminated early was to line up other agreements with other cities. That makes little sense to me, as a contract is a contract and we signed one. I had a very unfortunate situation with a few officers as I was strong-arm robbed. There has been an open internal affairs investigation for over 5 months now. You've all heard from me. I've been here. I've put it on the record. Nothing's happened. 2 months ago, I came here, mentioned it all again, still sitting in the same position. I literally, as we talk about Boca, and tough to follow Mr. Nolan, but I just left Chief Muccio. She said, you should move to Boca. I guarantee you none of my officers would have ever done that. So there has been no accountability. I can't get body cam footage. I can't get reports. I can't get audio. And they protect as they protect the officer's investigation. Apparently, my rights don't matter. And the administration of BSO seems quite large. I donate to a lot of charities. I look when I donate to charities, how much money gets tied up in administration. And if they give too much to administration, I don't give to those charities. I just wonder where these increases go. So I'll just leave with the fact that there needs to be accountability, like I've heard the sheriff say time and again, over and over, but I just don't believe that. For 5 months now, I've been waiting for the records of what happened to me, and I still can't get them because this report hasn't moved. So, as I've said previously, when Mr. Preston, you heard me here, And I said, if this happened in District 2, how may have this escalated? And, you know, all the training that we hear, all the training that I hear that's so great with BSO, I don't think there's been a training of the unfortunate events that happened to me, because I've spoken to officers that I've run into and I've heard that they have never heard of a situation like that. So there needs to be accountability. The rank and file of this city, other than the 3 officers that I met that robbed me, that called me a thief when they were the ones committing the crime, I respect everything and that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ungian. Anyone else inside the commission chamber that would like to speak? Major?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, staff, and the residents that are with us. I think you know by now that I'm here because not that it's my job, but I deeply care. I care about words, accountability, transparency. I care about honesty, truth, and I care about what's in the best interest of this community. For you, as elected officials, to make informed decisions, you need key information. You need facts. Data can be manipulated. You have to ask data the right questions. When the consultant was up here, he indicated looking at past or current agreements that are in place with the Broward Sheriff's Office, alluding to consideration and how those considerations have elevated over past years to arrive at percentages in the double digits. The difficulty with that is that in order to arrive at a right conclusion on what that data speaks, you have to analyze why those percentages year over year are telling that story. If a city is requesting in fiscal year 21 to add 8 new positions and their budget increases by 13% that year, you have to extrapolate that data to ensure that you're not manipulating the end result. To arrive at a double-digit conclusion based on consideration letters from other cities year over year without understanding the nuances of the operations and the city-imposed costs that they requested additional layers of service is misleading. When we look at the best indicator of future patterns, it is always past patterns, past performance. If an investor stood up here and promised you a 300% ROI on a new fund, you as wise men and wise people in this room are going to look at the past indicators of the market to see what the past performance was to predict the future pattern. That question needs to be asked here with what was presented. What is the past patterns and performance of the Broward Sheriff's Office with the city as related to the personnel cost? 7.5% was a multiplier that was offered as a conservative figure. However, if you just look back at a 10-year period of what the reality was with this community, it's never been close to 7.5%. 2.89% in fiscal year 16, 2.66% in fiscal year 17. 4 years where it jumped not even close to what was recommended, to average out to a 5.69% is because the city in 4 years chose to add additional services.
Thank you, Major. Anyone else that has not spoken that's inside the commission chamber that would like to do so? We're going to move to those that are online next. So this is your last chance. If you're in the commission chamber, you'd like to speak, now is your last opportunity. See, he's just stretching.
He was a decoy.
Okay, so Madam, you already spoke. Ms. Berner, you know the rules. Ms. Berner, no, you know it doesn't work that way. So Madam Clerk, we're going to go to those that are online. I see John Slattery first, and Katie Freitag will be on deck. So Mr. Slattery, go ahead, please.
John Slattery, 1455 Southeast 5th Place. So the city commissioners, mayor, and Deerfield, each city manager consistently praise BSO deputies. So the BSO services themselves aren't the problem. It's really about personalities and finance. I was out of the country during the community workshop, so I was unable to attend, and this is my first chance to express my thoughts. I did a lot of research looking for similar sized cities of 75,000 to 100,000 population that have transitioned from county to municipal police services in the past decade, and virtually found none making the move in the direction under consideration. Many have moved in the opposite direction for cost savings. Deltona, for instance, in Volusia County, evaluated and decided to stay with the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. If we were to do this, during transition, services will overlap with BSO still in place and municipal services will be built out, resulting in a year of overlap. Meanwhile, the city will also be building out its police department, which will be expensive. Buildings will need to be retrofitted, personnel, equipment, training, vehicles, hiring, and more. The city will need to hire more HR and staff to support the new police department. My professional expertise is in telecommunications, and I noticed one of the things in this report is that's completely missing. So police require, and fire require specialized communication systems that can overlap the recordings of telephones and radio. That's not included in this at all, and that's very expensive initially and ongoing. After migration, the city will still have to pay the county for services like SWAT, helicopters, CSI, public safety answering point, the PSAP, and more every year. Are those included, the ongoing costs still to the county? Municipal taxpayers would be responsible for the ongoing costs of having our own police department, including insurance, pension, and retirement, which are not in, an exposure in the current BSO agreement. We're already making up a $7 million per year shortfall for the former fire department, which is less than 50 personnel. Like, what would this look like on an ongoing basis for police and fire if we were to take that on in the city again? Independence without capacity isn't independence, it's exposure. It's tragic and potentially financially devastating to make this change solely due to personalities. Even if the transition to city municipal policing starts immediately, perhaps Sheriff Toney and City Manager Brimlow may not even be in their positions in a few years. Let's not rush into this unless we see evidence that other municipalities of our size have successfully and cost effectively made this move, and we have someone with the expertise to help us do it. I don't think it's best for our safety driven by a conflict between two men. If the city manager is confident that this adventure will reduce the expenses by $500 million over the next 20 years, by the way, that's $25 million a year. That math doesn't math. You should tell the taxpayers how much you reduce our millage rate if we're going to save that much money. Rebuilding what we already have at higher cost and higher risk makes no sense.
Thank you, Mr. Slattery.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next is Katie Freitag.
Katie
Go ahead, please.
Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I have a couple of different comments all over the place. One of them, one of the other residents had made a comment to the fact that if you don't live in Deerfield, you shouldn't be up there speaking at the podium when 75% of our BSO personnel don't live in Deerfield. Why does everybody think that if we were to take on our own fire and our own police department, that we wouldn't have the caliber of anybody else? If you think about it, we would be bringing in brand new, right out of the academy, people who are highly trained, people, maybe they don't necessarily have all the experience, but at least they're coming in straight from the academy. So they should have the most training, up-to-date training that they could possibly have, as opposed to somebody who's been in the department for 30 or 35 years and is still in the same position that they were when they started 30 or 35 years ago. When it comes to personnel retention, we don't have a choice as to who that personnel is. We really don't have a choice as to who is working in Deerfield, in the Deerfield Beach District, whether if they're here one day and they're in Pompano the next, and then they get moved to Tamarack. We don't have any control over that. So when you're talking about personnel retention, that doesn't come into play here because we have no control over it. Again, it's one of those big factors that we do not have any control over these two different departments. I just Googled Boca Raton police stations, and I was told by, maybe Bing's wrong, maybe Google's wrong, but Boca Raton has 3 police departments. Don't know, but that's just what it says. So I'm not sure where the difference of information is coming from, but there you go. Even if the numbers are completely incorrect, we can do a deeper dive in to get more concrete, absolutely factual information. Let's take the sheriff up on his offer. Give us 2 years to work through everything, but at what cost? The cost that he's proposing it to be now, or the cost that it was last year, our original contract cost with the 5% cap increase. If we are different than everybody else because we do own our own land. We do own a lot of our own equipment. So retrofitting the equipment, retrofitting the buildings will not be necessary because we already have the buildings in place. We already have the stationary equipment. We just got to finish topping everything off with all the supplies. That shouldn't be that big of a.
Thank you, Mrs. Freitag.
Mayor, can
No. Next will be Gwen Clark-Reed. You could just please unmute her.
Gwen Clark-Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way. This is not something that we need to make decisions about tonight, that we're permanently going to do something. I have not heard enough information from the consultant. I attended at least one of those meetings, both the morning and the afternoon meeting, and it was horrible. And I think I told you that before. I don't think that we have the information that we need to make the decision about moving to BSO, from BSO to our own fire department and police department at this time. So I am asking you, please, we need more information. Tonight I heard Sheriff tell us that he's going to give us money for a study, allow us to have maybe a 16 to 18 month time period. I think we need to take him up on that. And let's get the correct information. And I think the commissioners, you need to submit a list of the questions that you want answers to, and not just expect the consultant to answer what you think he ought to answer. You need to give them a list of the questions that you want answers to, and that you have heard questions from the residents, so that we get the information that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is April Bolowich. We could unmute April, please.
Hi there. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. April Bolowich, 899 Northeast 4th Street. And I just want to say, making a change like this puts our city at considerable risk during the transition. I spent much of my career managing the safety of critical changes to public safety for the state and federal government. I'm looking at the Center for Public Safety's website, and they state that their mission is to assist first responders and obtain certified in any type of change or risk assessment or management. What are their credentials for helping influence this kind of decision? Looks like they're really good at math and statistics, but after attending the last public meeting about this transition, I asked Mr. Stockton Reeves what his certifications were in safety risk management. And was I ever surprised when Mr. Stockton said that he was not certified or trained in safety risk management, which I find astounding. I would think that actual safety would factor into a decision like this. And on a different topic, I do think that both sides of the BSO transition might agree that when the city began talking about creating its own police and fire departments, our drainage system had not yet failed. Pioneer Park Pavilion and dock have failed. We've discovered other drainage problems throughout the city. And as we know, our fire department and sheriff's office building are practically uninhabitable. Both sides may also agree there's no reason to rush into a humongously expensive decision without considerable discussion. We can fix these repairs during that 2-year grace period we've just been granted. My understanding is that you just got the numbers that you needed last week, and now you're making a decision. Why are we rushing? Pompano's coming out with their numbers. Maybe we can learn something from them. Public safety requires public trust. How can the commission make an informed decision based on data that doesn't include all the key factors? We own these already failing public safety buildings, and no matter who takes over, we're still financially responsible to fix them. So right now, are we to expect more of the same? We need to face our expensive reality and tighten our belts, fix our infrastructure while we make a great informed decision before we needlessly rush into a huge capital expense that we do not need. We must fix what already is broken first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brian Palmer. We could unmute Mr. Palmer, please. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brian Palmer, and I am a supporter of Local 4321. I am also a firefighter at Broward County, and I am proud of that fact. I think that we need to talk about the struggles of hiring firefighters in local current modern day processes. When I applied 9 years ago, it was about 300 applicants to every one job open. And currently, as we open up and you see fire departments opening up across the state, it is extremely difficult to fill vacancies and come from the shortfalls of that. So starting your own fire department, you are going to face those challenges for sure. Also, I would like to talk about, from a smaller organization perspective, the challenges you face when dealing with mutual aid and automatic aid and those kind of things that are not currently prevalent because you guys have a regional asset such as Broward County servicing your city. Broward County has the ability, due to their size, to respond to calls with a greater number of personnel. They also have the ability to backfill stations so that you can keep your training up to par, up to the quality that they are able to provide modern day. I think you guys have a great fire department currently serving your city. I think the Broward Sheriff's Police also serve Broward County extremely well. So, thank your first responders, and I hope you support and stand with them in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Next is Brian Prather. I have a 50-50 chance.
That's correct. Thank you.
Which 50%?
You got Prather is correct. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right.
Go ahead, please.
All right. I'm an instructor and a firefighter. I actually work for Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. And I'm watching this as a Broward County resident and used to reside in Deerfield Beach. Understand that there's been a lot of things going on in multiple different counties and a lot of different cities. But I can tell you right now that in my experience, let's start as an instructor. I teach at a school in Coral Springs, and I'm a paramedic instructor, also a fire instructor, state fire instructor. We have a serious retention problem. Even in multiple different departments, just hiring enough people is a problem. We can't get enough people to apply. When I started back 19 years ago, I was one of thousands that applied, and now we have, maybe 100, 200. Their numbers aren't there, and the ability for departments to do that and to be self-sustaining right now is very difficult. Understand when you're a single unit resource, if you're a small department, you are going to rely on BSO no matter what. They're going to be there to backfill your stations. They're going to be there to back you up. And it's going to cost you even more money than any consultant can tell you. On top of those things, there's a lot of issues with what you're looking at from the consultant. There's a lot of issues with Jupiter. There's a lot of things that they're not telling you. So please do your due diligence and look at all these different things and understand that the firefighters you have right now are the gold standard. Any county right now is applying three people on a rescue, 3 people on an engine. Those people are there to save your life, and I can promise you they are the highest level trained. When we have people that walk out of a paramedic school or a firefighting class, they are the basis of knowledge. They start as basically a journeyman, and they need at least a year of training, if not more, to come up to the level that we need them to be. Please rethink this. Please give the firefighters the opportunity to show you how great they are, as they have been since 2010. I have trained with the men and women of the previous Deerfield and BSO, and they are top notch. You guys have a great service. Please continue it.
Thank you, Mr. Prather. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else online? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing then. So thank you everyone for your patience and getting through that and all of your comments, whichever side that you may be on this particular issue. And not that there is a side, it's just whichever viewpoint that you have. So we're now going to go into the commission discussion. So Commissioner Snetsky, I know you wanted to start, so we'll start with you if you don't mind.
Yes.
You had some questions, I think, for the sheriff, and then Commissioner Plout. I cut you off earlier. I think it's more appropriate this time, and we'll go to you next if that's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Sheriff, thank you.
Yes, sir.
It took a lot of courage to come here and, try to make amends. So I want to commend you with that. My question to you is this, and you've heard it yourself, Sheriff Tony. People have been saying that, hey, he broke the contract once, whatever, he broke the contract. If we make a contract, he's going to do it again. So I want to ask you, man to man, Brooklyn to Philadelphia, if we do a contract, the city of Deerfield Beach, whether it's a 2-year contract extension or the regular 5-year contract extension, will you honor it, the terms? I'm sorry, I just have to ask that, man to man in the public.
Yeah,
Would you
there's
honor
nothing
it?
to dance around there. It's an easy answer. Well, one of the things we put forth in every single contract that we've had, remember, this isn't a unilateral issue that just Deerfield's dealing with. All our partners had to go through this, and they all had the same consideration and concern. Are we going to continue to just escalate price points and percentage points, everything else? And what we included in their language was that we would do an assessment in partnership as to what type of projection is going to happen, so that we never get caught up with this idea that what's good today is going to be precisely good 6-7 years from now and not have a pivot point. To further add on to this, this notion of a 7.5% 20-year cost savings, have you heard? The hypothetical concept behind there is extremely dangerous. And I've listened to everyone speak. I've listened to the consultant come up, and repeatedly he asserted that this was not a transition report, but in his recommendation on page 13 specifically stated that based on a comprehensive analysis of operational requirements, financial projections, and community needs, this study suggests that the city of Deerfield Beach proceed with establishing an independent municipal police department. So the recommendation that this vendor, this contracted party is telling you in this body is that despite incomplete information, despite the thoroughness that's required to make a decision of this magnitude, he's recommending that you go forward anyway. I had to pull that out. I answer your question. There's going to have to be some level of understanding behind that this community, I don't care about what's going on in Texas and all these other cities that were brought up. This community here in Broward County is suffering in the fact that we are losing first responders repeatedly, and there has been a mass jettison. And let me give you some historic parts, sir, because you weren't here when I first came in. We had over 250 vacancies at the law enforcement position when I accepted command on January 11th of 2019. We had to create almost miracle concepts of recruiting to fill those vacancies and finally get to a point where it's sustainable. And all I heard was more resources, more everything else. We did everything possible and feasible within our budget to make this work for this community. And now, as one gentleman stated, it is not just within fire and law enforcement, it's in the entire public safety scope, and that vacancies are killing our ability to retain the best and brightest. And those vacancies exist because of finance. They can't afford to live here. They can't afford to live in the regional areas without necessary pay raises that are not determined based on 1999 5% caps. So that's a dangerous game to play. The last point, before you have a follow-up for a position of clarity, because there's a lot of misinterpretations from what I said. I'm 100% committed to paying for this salary study. And I'm 100% committed to extend a 2-year contract agreement, but that contract agreement has to be based on the salary study and needs that we have. This isn't a retroactive, let's go back to prior to the salary study and implement a 2-year extension on what I know is going to result in 40 or 50 of your firefighters leaving this area, or dozens and dozens of your law enforcement officers leaving this area. It's highly competitive right now. And to Nolan's, one of my men comments about this issue of that there's a lack of individuals in this current generation that doesn't want to do this job. I will put a caveat to that. It's not that there's a lack of courageous men and women that wish to serve their country and community. It's the fact that they've done the diagnosis and said it ain't worth the squeeze because they're not paying us enough money. I see it all the time. I've been dealing with recruitment since day one, since I came here. So I'm sorry, Commissioner, do you have a follow-up to that?
I do, sir, and I apologize.
No need.
I'm very straightforward. My question was, and maybe I didn't get it, and I'm sorry if I didn't get it. If we agree on a contract, whether it's a 2-year or 5-year, with terms and numbers, would you change that? Would you quote? Because that's all I've been hearing is he broke the contract.
Yeah, I
the
heard.
contract. We can't trust him. Would you honor that? That's all I'm asking. That's the question I'm asking. Would you honor it?
It's not a simple yes or no answer on that. That's the reality of it. I'm a straight shooter too. If we run a salary study in 4 years and it indicates that we are grossly under the market standard for this community, how could this body or any other body, as Commissioner Ryan was here from Cooper City, and we've had these conversations across the board, everyone understood that it is reasonable and necessary to evaluate what we are investing in our public safety professionals. So this is how we met the medium, in the sense that how did we get everyone to sign and say, hey, we understand this, was by including that language within the contract. They said, we're not going to roll around every year. We're not going to roll around every 2 years. We're not going to roll. Let's do a joint study that we will pay for, I will pay for. It's not coming out of your pocket to run another independent study. You'll never have to pay for that. And I don't control the language. I don't call these contract consultants back and tell them to change paragraph 6 or 9 or take this word out, add this, and it's unethical. What they produce as a final product, whether I like it or not, is what we disclose to this community.
So if we do this study, his study, and they come up with numbers and both sides agree to it, would you honor that? I just have to answer that.
The hypothetical aspect of what happens 3 to 4 years from now on a study, Commissioner, let's not do that. That's not fair to me. That's not fair to you. That's not fair to tell this community that we're going to make a predetermined. This is the problem right here with this 12-page report, is that they're making a preconceived statement of what costs will be and implications. We're not doing a thorough evaluation. I can't do that. And you don't want your sheriff to do that. Any other follow-up, sir?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shinesky. Thank you, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Plout, you are next.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I hear loud and clear what's going on
Do you have
here.
any questions for the sheriff or?
No, I did not.
Okay. Any other?
Well,
for me?
Commissioner Plout has the floor, so I don't know.
Well, you
We'll
know
go one
what?
at a time.
If you have a question for the sheriff?
No, Commissioner Plout, I called on you, so go ahead,
Okay.
please.
I didn't have a question
Gotta
for you at this
Gotta keep
time,
some
but
order here.
I appreciate that you came here today.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure, but I think it's the first time.
It's the most needed time. I've made calls that look, I don't want to go down that path with this. I promise not to fire any shots, but I've made a commitment. I've left you voice messages and I try to get you in my office, sir. And for whatever reason, you elected not to show up and I elected not to continue to call. So there's damage done on both sides of
You
it.
out right now?
Well, to a certain degree it is, but there's no need for it. Let's just keep moving in a positive manner. Anything else?
Commissioner Plout has the floor.
Okay. Okay, so as I was starting to say before, I hear
Sheriff,
everybody
you can
loud
sit down. He's going to make his own personal comments
Uh,
now.
Any other comments from me? Because I have an early morning and I want to be respectful in case there's any questions that you may have.
I don't see anyone else.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Take care.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Appreciate it. Yes.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, Commissioner Plout.
All right, I just wanted to say a few words about how we got here over the years. Back in 1989, I can see why we switched over and got rid of our police service, because I'm reading the minutes of that special meeting, October the 18th. And the city had hired a man, Alan C. Rustin of Rustin Associates, to do a study to see what's going on in the city. How is the city organized? What are they doing? So he interviewed 125 employees from every department in order to prepare his efficiency report. He summarized the total report by saying that the organization, that is the city of Deerfield Beach, lacks strong management and professional leadership. He said the city suffered from such conditions as minimal communication amongst various departments, indecisive decision-making, lack of written standards and policies, failure to hold department heads accountable for their performances, management by exception practices. These are all problems he saw with the city. Absence of a capital improvement program and a budget. Unimaginative operating budget process, weak and inconsistent personnel practices, and finally, absence of a strong professional manager. They didn't even have a manager at the time. They had an interim manager. He went on to say, it's a tribute to the vast majority of Deerfield Beach employees that they have been able, for the most part, to perform their duties and deliver the needed services in this atmosphere. This city was a mess. He said, in his opinion, that when we do get a city manager, his prompt attention and assessment were to look at the city clerk, the management, the budget, the personnel, the policies, and the support services. So that was back then. This city is not that disorganized right now. Commissioner Capolini, before he was mayor, asked about merging the city's police department with the county. So Mr. Rustin said he does not support contracting police services out. He said police services were the most sensitive service provided by the city government to its residents. He said the city would lose control if it contracted the police department out. He said the police was the last city service that he would contract out. He said he never recommended it unless nothing else would do. And then he still would not recommend it. So the public came forward a couple of weeks later and they had a meeting, and just about everyone wanted to keep the police services. In fact, a lot of the same people that I heard from tonight. So people, I get it. I get it. People don't really want to have change. Okay. And I hear the vast majority of the people that don't believe that we had the proper figures. What I can tell you is that we have the proper management. Mr. Brimlow used to be a police chief in BSO. He knows how the structure works. We have Sean, our public safety director. He ran the city of Greensboro, North Carolina, which had a population of 300,000 people. These are people that know how to put together emergency services. Okay. So I'm concerned that long-term that we're losing control of all kinds of things here. Obviously, I mean, I wasn't a commissioner for 90 days when I find out that our police and fire services are canceled. I didn't think that that was possible. I really didn't. You know, I looked in a lot of the backup material that they have, and I'm sorry, a lot of the yellow shirt fire folks left because maybe they wouldn't have seen that when it comes to recruitment, people were worried about the service. Everybody loves the BSO service because the BSO service is experienced people that are doing a great job. The problem is what we don't know what might happen with management, like canceling this contract. I do know that whether a city goes on its own or not, there's a lot of county services that are provided and that we pay for in our taxes. SWAT, crime lab, aviation, all these different things that if we had a real emergency, that those services will be provided. I don't think that the fire folks might have read our backup that when we do hire people, we're not going to pay them less, so we can never get anybody. We would like to put the fire on a 24/72. Wouldn't that be great to work one day and have 3 days off? My brother's daughter, my niece up in Carroll County, Maryland, that's a large county next to Baltimore County. She just got promoted to lieutenant in the EMS up in Carroll County, Maryland. And I asked her, what do you like about what you do? And she says, besides what I actually do on the job, I like to have a 3-day weekend after I work one day. So those are the kind of recruitment things that we would like to do. City Clerk, would you bring up a slide that I put together? When this first happened, I couldn't keep in my head and memorize who uses BSO, who doesn't use BSO, who uses police but not fire, who uses fire but not police. I had no idea. So I asked staff to put together a chart for me. There's 31 cities in Broward County. And so if you look at the largest city of the 31 cities, that would be Fort Lauderdale. The latest population figures we have are 192,338 people, 192,000. They have police, in-house, city, and fire. Conveniently put the fire on red so you could see that, okay? Then you look down the chart, you look at Deerfield Beach, and we're the largest city that has BSO for both police and fire. If you look up at Pompano, Pompano has an asterisk there. They have their own city fire department. They just signed a 1-year extension to get the study that everyone's been talking about tonight. If you then look down the chart, you have to go all the way down the park to Lauderdale Lakes at a population of 36,000 to see BSO with both services. I had to reach the conclusion that BSO is big city services for a smaller town. And at some point, we're going to have our own departments in order to have the kind of control that we need. We're only 16 square miles. You know, right now we pay to have floaters. So people that work here work in other cities and we pay for that, and vice versa. People are being moved around all the time. We lose a lot of control. So I would like to see us have our own police and fire naturally. That's what I walked in here tonight. But also, I hear what you folks want. I hear what your concerns are. I don't think we should make a decision tonight at this point, because it's overwhelming that we're not going to just jump at this right now. I would have liked to. But if we can get some more numbers, then it makes sense. And it sounds like what the people want. There's a lot of numbers in our backup material, but I can promise you, if you're only thinking about the money, then that's a mistake. That's important. Taxes are important, but it is a done deal to have all of our services with BSO that your taxes are going to go up. There's a possibility, a good possibility, based on this feasibility study that was done tonight, that we reach a break point in the first 2 or 3 years. What people don't see that's in the backup file is, besides the money that you have to put out to start a business, is backfilled by the personnel savings that you get. If you save a couple of $1 million, you can put that into the money that you had to put out initially. We have a great rating. I really don't want to go in debt and borrow money. I don't want to raise taxes either. But whether we have everything in-house or you continue to go on, and I just don't feel that I know what those costs are going to be if we continue with BSO. I'm sorry, and nobody wants to talk about the personality of the thing, but I've been in business before most of my life. And when you're in business, you have to honor a contract. There's a point in your business that you might want to take on a partner, and that's a partner that you have to trust. So I thought we had a final answer on what these costs were and what's going on when our folks over here to my left met with the BSO. So now something else is on the table. So I'm a little cautious at this point. The one thing that I can say is 12 years of my life, I was in the medical field. And there was a statement earlier, hey, maybe you don't know how it is to take care of somebody or see somebody die in your arms. As a dialysis technician, I did have people die in my arms, but I saved a lot more. It's not an easy thing. It's why I got out of the business. I took it personal. I took it emotional. You know, dialysis is a very special disease. Most people go in the hospital and they either recover and get out, or they die, or they go to a long-term care. But in dialysis, it's a professional disease. People come in for treatment 2 or 3 times a week. You get to know them. You get to know their families. So I know what it's like, but I don't think that we're not going to be able to put together a top-notch fire and safety department with the police. I mean, look, there's almost 300 people in BSO right now, and those people have to go somewhere. That's what most people were worried about. That's why they're here. I'm not convinced that BSO could just place 300 people like that. And I'm not convinced that we can put 300 people in here just like that. There has to be a period of time where it gets backfilled. You know, you could have a station like we have a station out in District 4, out by the old golf course. And there's a couple people there. We could transition slowly. And I know that we could get top-notch people into our police and fire department here. I can tell you right now that there's a lot of people that would rather work and know that they're in Deerfield Beach, know they're not going to be transferred somewhere else. If they're in fire, they're going to love working 1 day and having 3 days off. And if you think, oh, well, what are you going to do if somebody's sick? Hey, if I got 3 days off, I'll take time and a half on one of those 3 days. So there has to be a way to work that out, because long range, BSO is a big city, a big provider for smaller cities. And that chart proves it. City Clerk, could you bring up the next chart? If you look at the 31 cities, the entire population in Broward County, look at that chart right there. Only 27% of the population in the entire county still use BSO. Eventually, as you get bigger, you have to transition away from there because they're too expensive. You don't know what they're going to do in this atmosphere. Could I have my last slide, please? Look at that. BSO only provides 12% of fire rescue and emergency services in the entire county. So you can't sit here and think that they're the only folks. BSO is a large bureaucracy. They have over $1 billion budget. So we don't know if they already have the money to give the raises to people, because guess what? We can't look into their budget. I bet most people don't know that the county can't look into their budget either, only the state. So we don't know. But I can tell you that it's a large bureaucracy, and it's going to be tough to control the cost on a larger bureaucracy versus a smaller one. Yeah, there's startup costs. There's no business that doesn't have startup costs. But I don't think we're quite ready to make a motion tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's start here. Former Mayor Peggy Nolan was 100% right. We allowed somebody to stand to that podium and decided, I'm not going to give you my address based on what I do. Now, what my mind went to like some sort of Secret Service, like covert thing. I mean, that's where my mind went. And I was, like, that's why. But you know what? Going forward, if you can't give us an address, then you can't speak. And I just want to know if there's a problem with my colleagues with that. If you can't give an address, you can't speak.
If somebody is a police officer, that they can't.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Mayor, I just, I wanted to point out under the state public records law, there are a number of exemptions and certain addresses are considered confidential, including for law enforcement and fire rescue, as you know.
So that could happen again.
Well, the aspect of whether they want to give their address or not,
yes,
I think if they can document, if they're law enforcement or fire personnel.
Well, we didn't ask
they
him for
choose not to, you're right.
Well, we need to get some documents then, because we didn't ask him for nothing. Okay, and he got to be able to do that, and there was no scrutiny for that.
It's a personal attack.
Okay.
Mr. Nolan,
You didn't stop it, Todd.
you need to leave. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan, you need to leave, please. This is not a pep rally. I told you this.
Am I clapping?
I'm not either.
I'm not either. You didn't stop it. It was a personal attack at the podium and you didn't stop it.
Chief.
I went to the city attorney and he told me he couldn't stop it. It was your job to do it.
And going forward, the point is that there's a way to address that, and what happened there was totally wrong. And I hope my colleagues agree, and I hope that we can deal with that, because if we don't, it'll happen again. That's number one. Number two, it was said that the sheriff could do this again. He could opt out of a contract, but he doesn't have any leverage or any control that we don't have. It's a 90-day exit. He can utilize it, but guess what? So can we. So he doesn't have any more power than us, because if he wanted to continue a contract with us, we could technically say, hey, you know what? We're out. We got a 90-day exit clause just like he does. So that gives us a balance there. Mr. Christopher made a good point that there is a 2-year extension on which we could now get all of the information that we need so that we are clear with it. I think that our city administration, and somehow the lines are getting kind of clouded and blurred. Our city administration, with the information that they were given, is what they came forward with. I've never had a problem with our city manager answering my questions, giving me the information when I need it, but he can only give me the information that's given to him. And he can only explain it in the way that it's being explained to him. And so I just think that that 2-year extension is something that we should seriously think about, because and we don't pay for the study, and we are allowed to enter into an agreement with an extension. And in 2 years, if you decide that you want to do whatever, then we can do that. I've always said that I am not saying that we should not have the conversation about whether we should have our own fire department or our own police department. I'm not saying don't have the conversation, but now is not the time to be able to make that move. We're just, I said before on record, we don't have the administrative infrastructure, nor do we have the physical infrastructure for us to be able to engage in that. So it's something that this dais should consider, because there was an olive branch that was extended. The sheriff did not send someone as a representative tonight. He came himself and stood in front of us, and he gave the information. And I think that we have enough information that you're talking 2 years, okay? And a lot of people really want to know what we can do. How can it be a bad thing to enter into agreement and extension for 2 years that will allow all of the information to come forward so that we can make that informed decision long-term? So I think that we're in a good position. I think that if you look at what our city administration have done, I've called Rodney many, many times, asking him to explain things. He's always done it. A lot of the times he will send me a text. I'm in a meeting. I know that he's busy, but when he gets back to me, he always answers my questions. So he can only do what he can do with the information that's available to him. And so I think that this dais ought to seriously consider the 2-year window, or the 18-month or 20-month, whatever it is, that during that time, the extension period, whatever that is, that we get all of the facts and figures so that we can finally make the right decision, because that would then be an informed decision. Right now, there should be a skepticism because we don't have all of the available information. I'm not going to say that it was on some parts slopeful. I'm not going to say that, but there are some things that are missing. I'm not completely comfortable. And even my colleague just said, I don't think we should vote on it tonight. However, I think that there's enough to say that we can go forward with an extension. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Hudak, you're next.
Thank you. First question, since the sheriff has left, is for the Colonel. So, Colonel, just a quick question for you. Last time we were here, I was advised that we don't have a choice to select bringing police in-house and contracting out to fire for BSO. Is that still the case? Or, I mean, these are two separate contracts.
So just to make sure, for clarity, you're asking me, is it an all or nothing?
Correct.
For both services? Yes.
Okay. Do we know why?
That's how the sheriff decided he's going to do business with the city of Deerfield Beach. So it's either we're going to provide public safety as the city or we're not.
Okay, even though that there are numerous cities that have one or the other, the Deerfield Beach is different from those other 31 cities in Broward County.
Sir, I'm not going to speculate and expand upon the sheriff's decision. You'd have to ask the sheriff yourself.
Yeah, I told him I had one more question, but I guess he had to go. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Tough decisions that we're looking at, and I had really hoped that I had more information from this feasibility study. I was, to say disappointed would be an understatement. And I would like to at least explore what this 2-year contract would look like, because I think a transition study is what is needed. This is an extremely important decision. public safety is our number one responsibility as commissioners. I have full confidence in our ability to run a top-notch organization, both police and fire. But I also want to see the due diligence and the details behind the costs. As you know, Commissioner Plout said, you know, back in 1999, when BSO was courting our business, you know, they touted how they're going to save us $1 million. And now we're looking to go away, and we could save you $1 billion. But the proof is in the pudding. And I understand all of the detailed information that you went through, and I appreciate all of your due diligence, sir. But there's a lot of details that are missing that were pointed out, and you really didn't provide me with the answers I was looking for, honestly, because again, the scope of your study. So I would definitely like, you know, like I said, we've got, the mayor is said we've got January 20th. This is when he's looking to make a final decision. That gives us 2 weeks to see what this 2-year contract would look like. But I really think that I would like to see more details as far as what this is going to cost, because at the end of the day, you know, it is about cost control. And the larger cities are going away from the BSO, as you saw in the spreadsheet. You know, of the 31 cities, I think only 18 or 13 are under BSO, and we say 27% of the Broward County's population is protected by BSO. Police.
Yeah, and 12% by
And
fire.
12% by fire. So to say that, you know, 78% of the population of Broward County is protected by substandard firemen or firefighters and paramedics is not accurate. I think they all have professionalism, and they're all doing a great job. And what were we, 72% of the population that is protected by the police? I'm sure those residents have utmost confidence.
27. It's 27 and 12.
Right. That's what's protected by BSO. But what's left, the residents that are not being protected by BSO, but are being protected by their own police force, I'm sure are very, very happy with their police and fire services. And I'm sure the men and women who protect them are also extremely well-trained and also very well, you know, very professional. I do believe the city of Deerfield Beach can do that. I think the city of Deerfield Beach has to go in that direction because we do have to have the ability to control costs. But I don't know that we have the details in the cost that I wish that we had. Pompano is taking a year in order to get that detail, and I think we need to be diligent enough to at least explore that opportunity. So I would really like to see what this 2-year contract looks like before I make a decision on the 20th. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know Commissioner Shinesky and Plout both have your lights on. It seems to me this is going in a particular direction right now. I mean, it seems like at least 2 of my colleagues are uncomfortable making a decision tonight and want more information. So you're more than welcome to make the comments, but it sounds like the 20th is where we're headed on this. So I would prefer that anyone refrain from making a motion this evening, because not everyone is comfortable voting tonight. Everyone go get whatever questions you need answered, and then we will come back. Did you still want to speak, Mr. Shinesky or Commissioner Shinesky?
Yes, I do, sir.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. When I went to the beach and I spoke to the firefighters there, they said that a lot of firefighters that come out of the academy and they use Deerfield Beach as just a training ground and they get what they need and then they leave. I mean, the bottom line is this, out of the 6 fire stations, 3 of them are obsolete. We have a trailer, firefighters are working in a trailer. Fire station 66 is obsolete, falling apart. And the fire station right on the beach is obsolete, it's falling apart. The police station is also old and obsolete, and I was a guest there, so I could verify that. Also, what's very, very important, and what's very left out of this quote feasibility study or whatever it is, you know, we're in competition with our sister cities. Pembroke Park has a $20,000 signing bonus. Pembroke Pines has a $10,000 signing bonus. Coconut Creek has a $10,000 signing bonus. In this study, nothing is mentioned about financial incentive. Nothing's mentioned about a competitive salary structure and benefits. And that cost would substantially increase any startup or ongoing expenditures. That's not included in the study. And I think that's critical. So I was going to make a motion, but I will hold off. And one other thing, Palm Beach County, a startup salary is like 90,000. You know, it's being offered 90,000. So tremendous competition, and we just need more facts so we can present it to the public and we can all make the right decision for public safety. To me, that's the bottom line.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's not make the motion tonight, if at all possible, because you have questions regarding the study, Commissioner, so does the Vice Mayor. So I suggest or recommend that everyone meet with the city manager and the consultant to get whatever questions you have on the study. Commissioner Plout and Commissioner Hudak, he stepped away for the days for a moment, also have questions. So everybody spend the next 2 weeks and get your questions asked and answered, and we'll come back. Item number 6 is a presentation and potential action. So since there is going to be no action, we don't need to make any, correct, Mr. City Attorney? We do not take any action on number 6, and we can go to comments by administration and legal.
You can I just get one point of clarification? Am I working with BSO to bring you back to your agreement?
I
So
think
that's-
we need clarification on what the sheriff's proposal tonight was and how that looks. Yes.
Okay.
No, sir. Afterwards. Be happy to talk to you afterwards.
Okay, we're on the comments by administration and legal, and no further comments from legal tonight.
None from city manager.
So you are now at comments by mayor and city commission.
Just as tradition goes, District 1, Mr. Hudak.
Thank you very much. First of all, happy holidays to everybody. Now we're back in 2026, so looking forward to a great new year. I just heard as I was walking in, so we have given a directive to get the clarification on what the sheriff's 2-year contract is. Okay, that's perfect. I'm glad to hear that. I want to thank everybody for showing up tonight. I know we had a full house, but I think everybody understands the importance of this decision. And I'm glad we were able to get a lot of people from the public out here. So it really makes a huge difference, you know, just in our decision making. It's extremely important that you come on out and you express your concerns and your challenges, because we don't know everything. And we do represent you. So thank you very, very much for coming on out here tonight and spending a few hours with us. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3, Commissioner Shinesky.
Sure. Well, District 3 is in excellent shape as we start off the year 2026. In Century Village, the main gate is up and running. It was opened up after 4 years, almost 4 years. It was opened up on December 19th. The mayor helped a lot in getting it all to go. So now there's no more blocking on the east side and the west side. Traffic is flowing, and Century Village is very, very happy. So again, thank you very much to the staff and to the mayor for helping with that. I also want to say that Mayor Todd Drotsky was honored by Young Israel, which is right by Century Village East. He was honored as Man of the Year. So I want to say congratulations, Mayor. I also want to say that BSO Fire is helping put a free CPR class and life-saving class in Century Village. We're setting it up. It's going to be January 26th and also possibly January 28th. This is free. They had in December, they had a class for CPR that you had to pay $50. It was sponsored by Century Village. So, but we're gonna have a free class that BSO is putting together to help the residents of Century Village. About two months ago, a gentleman had a stroke on the pickleball court and he died. So with this CPR class, we could maybe help. The other thing I'm working on is I have a constituent that is sight impaired and he has a dog. And when he tries to cross on Powerline and Hillsborough, there's no chirping system. So he's having trouble crossing. So we're working on, having maybe a chirping system so it's easier for him to cross. So I'm working on that. In Crystal Lake, again, I want to say thank you for the new sidewalks on Crystal Lake. The parents, and I've seen it myself, they're so happy that now their children, when they're dropped off from school or when they're waiting for the school bus, that there's a sidewalk with a safety pole. So I want to say thank you very much to the staff, Eric, Rodney, for working on it. And they're also working on like a traffic slowing device because there's a lot of fast moving traffic in Crystal Lake. They're working on putting traffic mats. So they're very, very happy about that. That's something where the city comes through and actually helps the people of the community. And I want to say thank you. And finally, the Meadows at Crystal Lake, they're having a health fair on January 9th. Broward Hospital is going to be doing a lot of that, working at that health fair. So looking forward to that. And again, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. District 4, Commissioner Plow.
Thank you, Mayor. Very brief tonight, obviously. Want to just, I've been reminiscing about all the events that we had for the centennial year. And I retired my T-shirt today. I want to hopefully it's going to be a collector's item, So it was wonderful what the city did. The previous administration had the plan for that a year in advance, and it was a great celebration. I look forward to going to Broward Days in Tallahassee with the mayor, Commissioner Hudak. We'll be meeting our representatives up at the state level for a couple of days, and but we'll have a meeting before that. So that's at the end of the month. I'm looking forward to that. Enjoy finding out what's going on all over town. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Preston, District 2.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Like my colleague, Commissioner Hudak, thanking everybody for coming out. I want to thank you as well. Debate sometimes can be very difficult, can be very challenging. But this is what our system is all about, the system of government in the United States of America. And most places, what was done tonight is not allowed in so many other places, but it is here. Something that we need to protect, something that sometimes can be arduous, can be strenuous at times, challenging, but this is democracy at work. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. And we need to protect it and understand that some things that we take for granted isn't allowed in other places. There's a lot of people that want to be in our system to do exactly what happened tonight. Doesn't matter what side you're on, just be a part of the process. So I want to thank you as well. Thank you for Commissioner for acknowledging that. So on January 17th, we're going to have Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service. It's a neighborhood cleanup. The check-in is at 8:30. That's going to take place at the Bernard Adams Municipal Complex. That's over at 401 Southwest 4th Street. And the first 50 volunteers get a free T-shirt. And, along with this, our great mayor has says he's going to buy everybody steak and lobster. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay.
Just lobster.
So we're going to have that on the 17th, that day of cleanup. And then on the January 19th is the actual MLK Day celebration. I'm inviting everybody, District 1, District 2, District 3, District 4, everybody come out and let's join in that. you got to remember a lot of time without knowing, you hear the name MLK. What is that all about? During a time in this country where it was very challenging for certain people to have basic rights, Dr. King took on that fight, and here was the extraordinary thing. He did it without any violence, where people were mad. I read a report one time where people were said, I'm not going to have anybody spit on me, and I'm not going to have anybody kick me. He said, well, if you can't deal with those kinds of things, then you can't follow me. That's something. And look where we are today as a person that fought for those kinds of things, that say we're going to get rights for everybody, but we're going to do it non-violently. That's kind of what we're celebrating. And on that day, on 10 a.m., there's going to be a parade. It's going to start at Pioneer Park. It will end at Oviedo McKeithen. Following the parade, there's going to be some entertainment. There will be educational booth as well. There will be guest speakers, and there will be a children area. There will be rides for kids, to just have a good time. There will be free ices, free hot dogs, hamburgers, and there will be a praise dance. So it's going to be a whole day of just celebration. I'd like to see all of the districts come out and just celebrate. And even if you don't live in Deerfield, celebrate, for it is the greatness of this country that allows us to do this. Some people don't know what the American experiment is. It's something that they've heard. I don't know if everybody in this room, you've heard the American experiment. I'm going to tell you what it is. Our founders came up with this idea. Can a multi-ethnic, multiracial group of people live in a democracy? That is the American experiment. 250 years later, here's where we are. This is a good thing. We all should be celebrated, and we all should feel good about where we are. The line to get into this country is long. The line to get out, I don't know if anybody's in it. And so just remember what we have. We must protect. Those guys were visionaries many, many, many years ago. And you know what? Although they couldn't live up to a lot of the things that they were writing, just couldn't do it, because a lot of the founding fathers had slaves. But they gave us a mechanism to make it better if you want to do it. Ben Franklin was asked after the Constitution was penned, what kind of a country do we have? And he said, a republic if you can keep it. So this is a great thing. So District 1, 2, 3, 4, come on out and join us on Martin Luther King Day, and let's have a great time and a great celebration. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ben Preston. I likewise want to thank everybody that came out tonight. It's not easy, and my two colleagues to my left got their first taste, I think, tonight of a packed commission room with everyone kind of staring at you, especially men and women with guns that are in the commission chamber. It's not easy sitting up here listening to all the debate, but I appreciate everyone with their comments and coming out. I implore my colleagues to get whatever questions you need answered, and to the city attorney to work with the command staff at BSO to get the clarifications. So we have that information for our January 20th meeting. And the vice mayor was right. I mean, we do live in the best country in the entire world. And you can't end any better than with Dr. King's legacy and everything that he did for our country. And as we wound down in the 100-year celebration of Deerfield Beach, we now wind up the 250 celebration of the United States as a whole. And so I hope that we continue to celebrate throughout the entire year. Mr. City Manager, if there's, the on the light poles or whatever, how you have the, like how they celebrate the holidays and special events, if we can do that for the 250-year celebration, it's one of the small things that we could do in the city. So I look forward to announcing future celebrations of our country as we go forward. I wasn't lying in December to rest up for the January meetings. So tonight held form. So I appreciate that. Everyone, will see you back on the 20th for our next commission meeting, and everybody have a good, safe evening.
You need a motion to adjourn, don't you?
Yes, we need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor?